Visual, again.
Tradoon.
cow. Hope you enjoyed that cold open video. And here, let me rearrange this for a second. That's a little better. Yeah. Office is looking a lot different today, if you haven't noticed. Yeah. Yeah, holy cow. I had to get this stuff packed up and moved out of the office last night. I'm in the process of moving apartments, so things are going to look increasingly sparse here in the background as we get ready for the final moving day, which is going to be next Friday, which I'll be taking off. So anyway, yeah. And, oh, yeah, also, my chair is gone now, too. I actually had to throw it out. There's bulk item pickup here in my city. The latest date I could get was last night. It's the last one until February, they tell me, because otherwise they're tied up with Christmas tree pickup. So anyway, I'll have a new chair in my new office in my new apartment. So, yeah. Anyway, I'm glad to be here. I'm glad you were here. We're going to have a good stream. It's Thursday Birdsday, after all. If anybody's here for the very first time, then allow me to introduce myself real quick. Like, maybe for you, Crimson Farmer? That name sounds familiar, but I don't know. Maybe I've just known some Crimson Farmers in the past. Welcome to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. You know, talking about science, talking about my science, talking about fossil science, dinosaur fossil science in particular. As a paleontologist, I work on fossils. As a dinosaur paleontologist, I work on dinosaur fossils in particular. So I study dinosaurs, I publish on them in the scientific literature. I talk about dinosaurs 5 days a week here on Twitch, usually 5 days a week, barring holidays or move days like next week. And I dig up dinosaurs during the summers. Last summer I was working in Utah and Wyoming, digging up at least 3 new species of dinosaur with a bunch of other cool people, and we were broadcasting that live. Twitch's first ever live dinosaur digs that I'm aware of. It's a really cool means of science outreach. Really proud that we were able to pull that off. And yeah, check out the YouTube page if you'd like to see some of those broadcasts, along with previous VODs and stuff like that. So yeah, anyway, welcome to Paleontologizing. If any of you happen to have any questions about fossil science, about the history of life on Earth, you know, evolution, extinction, the fossil record, or dinosaurs in particular, because that's, you know, that's my thing. That's what I do. Dinosaurs are what I work on, what I publish on. I just told you that earlier. Yeah, do not hesitate with those questions. That's what these streams are all about. That really is like the bread and butter of these streams. That's our primary thing, is viewer Q&A. My whole point here as a scientist on Twitch is to provide live interaction. If you've got questions about any of that stuff, I'm here to talk with you about it. Live. This is not a YouTube video. This is not a TV documentary or something like that. This is live scientist interaction. So we're going to have a bunch of that today, like we always do. We've got Thursday Birdsday in a little bit also. I should be getting to that around 5:30 my time at the latest. So we'll say 3 hours, and at the 3 hour 30-minute mark, we have to get into Thursday Birdsday so that we can raid into Science Streams later. I'm going to be doing another crossover stream with Balint from Science Streams. I want to get to that earlier rather than later this week, so I have some time to pack my stuff and continue on with the move afterward. But yeah, we're going to be talking about some different scientific papers. 2 from the world of genetics, molecular science, like Balint does, and then 2 from the world of dinosaur paleontology. So it's going to be a lot of fun, and I hope you'll stick around for that tonight. Been looking forward to it. And crossover hype, yes indeed, Balint. Yes indeed. I'm excited. Are you excited? That second paper I picked is a little dry. but I think it'll engender some cool discussion. Because it's actually a rebuttal paper to a paper that my crew chief published recently.
Wings are once again invaluable.
Cliff Alistair McLean, thank you for the 22 months of support. I really do appreciate that, Cliff Alistair McLean. And to speak with you is an honor. Oh, you flatter me, Belent. Holy cow. The feeling is mutual. You know that. I'm looking forward to it. Yeah. Anyway, let me scroll through chat and see who's here. Say hello to everybody. And then we'll get this thing kicked off, huh? If you've got any questions right now, type them into the chat. As I'm cruising on through naming everybody. Kodali 2010. Kodali, you seem to have been first today. Welcome, Kodali. It's good to have you. Matt M33. Hello to you. I hope you're doing well. Gojira says, why are we in here so early? Because you've got a hankering for some science. It doesn't rhyme. But that's okay, Gojira. It doesn't have to rhyme. It's science. Welcome back. Steely Dan, how are you doing? Howdy to you. Grim Deviant, what's shaking? I'm glad you could make it today. Sandwich Nom Nom, hello also. Hugan 9129, and a Truckhorn, and Tommy Platicus, and a Das Steve. How are you all doing? It's good to have you here. Orchestran, what's shaking with you, Orchestran? I'm glad you could be here on this fine Thursday. Same to Golganek. Always good to see you, Golganek. And Neilf. And Dr. Irrefutable. Hello to all of you. Welcome back. Todd in Minnesota. What's shaking? Charlie's Dragon. It is that time already. It is Thursday Birds Day. I can hardly believe it. Feels like it was just last Thursday that it was Thanksgiving, because, well, it was here in the States. Yeah. Trooper 2112, hello to you too. Welcome. Simple Garrick is back. How you doing, Simple Garrick? I feel like it's been a while. How are things? And Steely Dan. How are things in your world, Steely Dan? Good, I hope. Lorenz Oxio. How are you doing, Lorenz? Welcome, Chris TS. I dig that Apatosaur. Good to have you here in the chat as well. And Lordy says, new chair hype. Yeah, Lordy. Right now, well, I'm not on a chair, I'm on a stool. Yeah. Which I actually got for the new office, but then I brought it out for this stream because I had to get rid of the old chair because it was falling apart. And that's the last chance I had to get rid of it was last night. Without having to literally drive it to the dump. So, yeah. Man, was that other chair falling apart. But I had it for a good 5 years, so it served me very well. I do a lot of sitting in that chair. And that is how I make my living, oddly enough, at least when I'm not in the field. Sitting in that chair, streaming up the storm, so yeah. Yeah. As Lordy and Ios would say, thank you, chair, as they throw it away. It's important to express gratitude sometimes. You know? Mayor of Space, how are you doing? I'm gonna have to catch the VOD. Heading to a job tonight. Well, Mayor of Space, hope it goes well. Heading to a job tonight. I hope it's not the kind that requires a getaway driver and balaclavas. I don't know. Mayor Space is an interesting person. Never know what might be going on. Rosand. Oh boy. Rosand, thank you for the 20 months of support. I really appreciate you, Rosand. Thank you. Good stuff. Thanks for keeping me here on the air for the past 20 months. Excellent. And, alright, scrolling down. Claire Burr, what's shaking with you? Good to have you. Hello, Claire Burr. Thank you for everything you do, as usual, Claire. And Lizard101109 says, hi. Hello, Lizard. Welcome to Paleontologizing. We might be talking a little bit about squamates today, about lizards. So stick around. Lizards often come up in conversation here.
And Number 8, we have the Tradoon. The Tradoon.
Well. Afro Bandit Girl, thank you for the 15
Woohoo.
months.
Hey Danny, back from vacation. I
I'm
missed a
glad.
bunch, but I'll spend some time rewatching videos.
It's great to have you back, Afro Bandit Girl. I hope you had a wonderful vacation. Thank you for your continued support of science here on Twitch. I really appreciate it. It's good to have you back. And no chair hype. There you go, Orchestran. Yeah. And nice Deinonychus skull replica. Thank you, Lizard. I appreciate that. Normally, you would see far more fossil replica skull 3D prints and etc. But I'm in the process of moving right now, so a lot of these are being packed away currently. Yeah, but our Allosaurus skull is still here, front and, well, not front and center, but back and to the left. I guess to the right from your perspective. But yeah. Anyway, good to have you here, Lizard. It sounds like you are in the right place. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, you sit professionally, says Lordy. Yeah, like that iOS frog on that chicken. Exactly, Lordy, exactly. And Squamate's the best mates, says Charlie's Dragon. I mean, they would probably say so. Squamates, lizards and co. Roseanne says, thank you for your ongoing work to provide us something we want to support. Thank you, Roseanne. I appreciate you saying that. I really do. HD and HB says your wall looks naked. It does, doesn't it? I mean, holy cow. That's why I put the Allosaurus skull here, because otherwise it's just a big blank spot back there now. With the juvenile Tyrannosaurus skeleton missing and all that other stuff, so, yeah. Anyway, yeah. And Lizard says, yeah, I love paleontology. Well, you are in the right place. In case you missed that little sort of auto blurb at the beginning. Auto meaning I did it myself. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I publish on dinosaurs in the scientific literature. I study dinosaurs. I dig them up. You should check out the YouTube page if you want to see some of the broadcasts from this past summer from Utah and Wyoming. Digging up at least 3 new species of dinosaur. I'm going to drop the stool down a little bit. I'm better framed there. There we go. That's better. Yeah. Anyway. And is that new merch? This is very old merch, Afro Bandit Girl. Discontinued merch that was never actually paid for or shipped out. I'd like to do more t-shirts in the future, but I've got to get moved first. And then I can think about doing that. Just the other day, I looked around for some high-quality, union-made, made-in-the-USA t-shirts, blank shirts, that I can print on. So, yeah. Ask me in about a month. And we can talk about maybe doing t-shirts for the community. If you would like to buy a hand-printed t-shirt and actually watch it get printed live on stream, well, then you're in the right place. Not the right time, though. Give me a month. Then we can talk about it. Yeah. But yeah. And a Truckhorn says, rolling around in my paleontologizing shirt right now. Very nice. You got one of the ones off of the merch site, huh? Nice. I'd like to actually do some hand-printed ones. So, stay tuned. Yeah. 3D printed shirt. I've never tried to 3D print a shirt before. I don't think it would work very well. But I can hand print them with a screen press. That's actually how I used to make my living, believe it or not. Was making t-shirts and other merchandise for different museums and gift shops and stuff in Montana back when I lived there. But I did hand print this one before TwitchCon. I wanted to have some paleontologizing shirts to wear while I was there. And yeah, so I printed a few of these up just for me. But I'm not super happy with the quality of the printing or the blank shirt. So, yeah. I'm working on getting some samples of some other shirts, so anyway. Printer chain shirt is possible. Yeah, like a plastic chainmail there, Roseanne. Yeah. Do you ever do small 3D printed figures that would be cheap to ship? I have not, Purple Urple, no. I mostly print larger things. You know, case in point here. But, it's a possibility. I could do that. Yeah. Yeah. We'd have to see. And screen printing shirts is a cool thing to do. I think so too, Orchestran. I think so too. That's how I used to make my living, so... It's, yeah. Got a lot of fond memories of printing shirts into the wee hours of the night to fulfill orders and stuff like that. Yeah. But anyhow, yeah. HD says you could do Allosaur teeth. I could, but they wouldn't be... For small items like that, I don't feel like I have the rights to do that because the files that I have are either ones that I've purchased or ones that I've scanned myself from fossil specimens. There might be some kind of gray legal areas, and I'm not looking to get involved with that. And 3D printing is really not the way to get high levels of detail in fossil replicas. If you want really high levels of detail, you need to mold them and cast them, which is also a much quicker way of producing fossil replicas than 3D printing. 3D printing takes a long time. It's less expensive to do a one-off as a 3D print, and maybe faster, but if you're going to do a bunch, molding and casting is the way to go. And I don't really have any specimens that I could be molding and casting for sale right now, you know? I don't have the rights to that. Yeah. And Otter Do It, howdy, hello, hi to you too, Otter. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're having a good day. It's good to see you here, as it always is. And what are you going to print a skeleton to go with your Allosaurus skull? My roommate asked me the same thing earlier today, Dr. Irrefutable. He's like, when are you printing the skeleton? And I'm like, well, maybe when I live in a place where I have a 30-foot empty room and also access to the files to print Allosaurus postcrania, which right now I don't. So yeah. Allosaur tooth soap on a rope. Thank you, HD, yeah. Lizard says, what's your favorite extinct animal? Oh, I don't even know what my favorite dinosaur is. That's a tough one. We have a command for that. But there's a number of different dinosaurs that are as yet undescribed, new ones, that I helped dig up, or even discovered in the first place. Those would be pretty high on the list. Other dinosaurs like Triceratops. Triarchunkus is the first dinosaur to ever have my name on the author list of the paper. But yeah. But yeah, and Phoenix Firestar, you might be right about that. Well, different museums have got different, different rules, different laws about, who owns different files. Hugin, thank you for the raid, and welcome to Paleontologizing. How are you? It's good to have you here, Hugin. How did your stream go? I hope it was really good. Doing some just chatting, it seems. Very nice. Welcome, welcome, Hugin. Yeah. But anyway, yeah. And coelacanth. Oh, wait. Yeah. There are a lot of extinct coelacanths, but thankfully there's 2 species that are not extinct. And we'll be having a big old stream about that on the 22nd or the 23rd. For, well, we could call it Fishmas if we want to. It's gonna be fun. And Troodon. Yeah, Troodon's high on the list too. We're actually gonna be talking about Troodon, me and Balint, later on. After we raid out. Gonna be raiding into Science streams, and we're gonna be talking about that Troodon paper with the stable isotopes and evidence of plant eating in Troodon. Or Troodontids, I should say. And my biome. Thanks for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
The most dangerous dinosaur around.
And Ironheart.
Hello everyone, Paleo Science
Tradude.
Shake, Paleo
Holy
Science
cow.
Shake, Paleo
41 months of support from Ironheart. Holy cow. Do I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Ironheart, that's a long time to be subscribed to anything. Let alone a fossil science broadcast on twitch.tv. So thank you, Ironheart, for making this sort of thing possible with your support. I really appreciate it. Yeah. And Magisterics says, so like I mentioned to you on a different stream, I have a bunch of dinosaur tracks around my place. Oh yeah, very nice. Welcome back. And Magisterics, welcome, welcome. Yeah, within a mile we have several layers and some very distinct prints. Very cool. So actually that guy that you just saw in the alert, Jim Kirkland there, he was telling us this summer about some of the fieldwork in Portugal. Some of it is right there by the beach. There's these lovely Jurassic Age cliffs with all of these beautiful dinosaur fossils in them. Really important stuff. Stegosaurs and allosaurs and sauropods. And during the heat of the day, during fieldwork, the crews can just go down and, you know, jump into the ocean to cool off. And that sounds like, honestly, that sounds like paradise. So Portugal, a lovely place to dig dinosaurs. And dinosaur paleontology is on the upswing in Portugal. There are a lot of really cool, interesting discoveries that are happening there. So you should be proud of that. Magisterics, you should be proud of that. It's a cool place to be from, for sure. Yeah. And Lizard says, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't Troodon an invalid species? Troodon's a genus, not a species, but it's debated. So we've got different paleontologists with different views on the matter. I'm not always such a stickler for that sort of thing. Like, I don't know. Hopefully in the next couple years we'll have a reevaluation, maybe a neotype specimen named for Troodon, so we can continue using that name. I'm in favor of keeping the name just because we don't have an alternative right now, really. And people generally know when you say Troodon what you're talking about, so yeah. But yeah. My biome says, really excited to learn more about paleontology. You're in the right place, my biome. You are in the right place. Welcome, welcome. Trying doing that on Arctic Dig. Yeah, I would not recommend jumping into the water if you're digging anywhere within the Arctic Circle. Yeah. And Hazia de Praio de Salgado. Magisterics, let me Google that. Yeah, let's take a look. Oh, very nice. Yeah, lovely dinosaur tracks there. Dinosaur footprints are actually more common than dinosaur bones. Oh, there's a lovely tridactyl dinosaur track right there. Three-toed, big theropod print, most likely. Yeah. They've kind of outlined it with chalk so you can see it a little bit better. But, very nice. I wonder if I can find any videos of this. Yeah. Here, take a look at this.
The remains of what could be the largest dinosaur ever discovered in Europe are being excavated in the back garden in Portugal. The fossilized skeleton of a sauropod was discovered in the central city of Pombal in 20...
Skeleton of a sauropod? Oh boy, you gotta love it.
Dinosaur ever discovered in Europe being excavated in the back garden in Portugal. The fossilized skeleton of a sauropod was discovered in the central city of Pombal in 2017 when a man began building work on his house. Sauropods were the biggest of all dinosaurs and the largest known land animals.
That's true.
Dr. Sally Reynolds is based at Bournemouth University and specializes in mammal paleontology.
Mammal paleontology.
So many fossils underneath our feet. I'm here on the Isle of Wight now, and everywhere you look,
couldn't get a Portuguese dinosaur paleontologist for this? Okay.
Is incredible fossil exposures. It's a wonderful reminder to people that no matter where you are in the UK or in Europe, you are literally walking on the bones of the dinosaurs and other fossils beneath our feet.
So what more do we know about this particular dinosaur that we found in this garden in Portugal?
So, because we've only found at the moment, the specialists have been looking at it, we've only found some of the vertebra and some of the ribs. It means that we're not yet in a position to say exactly
They're
what
articulated,
species.
though. No, of course not. But anyway, they're articulated, which is really cool. So oftentimes, dinosaur fossils will be scattered all over the place. The ribs might be jumbled up like a bunch of pickup sticks. That's not the case here. Those ribs are all in a beautiful, neat row. And that almost looks like it's a scapula right there. Although it probably isn't. I'm not sure. It could be part of a limb bone. But no, it could be a scap. But these are pretty large, very, very large ribs here. It's impressive stuff.
But they've identified it as a brachiosaurid dinosaur. So that is a sauropod, as you mentioned, of the family that has Apatosaurus,
No,
Brontosaurus.
it's no, Apatosaurus and Brontosaurus. I would say those are the same animal, but other paleontologists disagree. Those are not brachiosaurids. She's talking about sauropods, not. She's a little bit confused here.
As a brachiosaurid dinosaur. So that is a sauropod, as you mentioned, of the family that has Apatosaurus.
So Apatosaurus is a sauropod, yes, but it's not a brachiosaurid.
Brontosaurus.
There you go, Charlie's Dragon, yeah.
Names that some of your viewers and your listeners might know, because these are the animals that were so beautifully portrayed in Jurassic Park.
Neither Apatosaurus nor Brontosaurus nor Diplodocus were in Jurassic Park.
So as we find, hopefully, more of the skeleton, especially the teeth and elements of the skull, we should be able to find out exactly what species it was.
Yeah. Neat stuff. Neat stuff. So yeah, lots of stuff like this happening in Portugal recently, and it's really exciting. Jim Kirkland says that if he could get a bunch of funding to go dig almost anywhere in the world, well, within reason, Portugal would be near the top of his list for sure. Inky Brachiosaurid. There you go, Steely Dan. Yeah. Yeah, those things are huge, Todd, Minnesota. Absolutely. Yeah. And what age is the rock layer they found it in, Javasaurus? That's a good question. She should have mentioned that. If it is a Brachiosaurid, chances are it's Jurassic. A lot of the stuff in Portugal is like Morrison age equivalent. So let's pull up our time scale again to linear time here. There we go. So yeah, it would be kind of the end of the Jurassic period here. So between 152 and 145 million years ago, most likely. Like the Tithonian stage of the upper Jurassic, if that makes sense. So that would be roughly equivalent to the Morrison Formation. Yeah, when you had dinosaurs like Allosaurus, Apatosaurus, Barosaurus, and Brachiosaurus walking around. The Morrison Formation. There we go. And some of these guys got huge. Like really, really huge. Among the largest of the dinosaurs are from the Morrison Formation. I guess. The largest of the Jurassic dinosaurs are from the Morrison Formation. I'll put it that way. Yeah. Yeah, pretty cool stuff. And Harry Vetch says, why aren't the layers uniformly spread out? Like, where do you find Jurassic rocks on the surface? Oh, boy, that's a huge question, Harry. That's a huge question. I'm glad you asked it. So, there's lots of things that happen on the Earth's surface that cause topography, you know? And some places, Jurassic Age rocks are right there on the surface because of things like mountain building. One of the questions I get a lot is why do we have all of these Mesozoic Age rocks in the Rocky Mountain West? Here, Here, let's take a look at... This will work. Beautiful. This is a geological map of the continental United States. And so each one of these different colors corresponds to a different time. So like this kind of minty green that you see right here, this is Cretaceous age. It's kind of yellowish is going to be Cenozoic. That's going to be Paleogene, I think, from just after the end of the Age of Dinosaurs. And there are certain places like in the Great Plains where it's fairly uniform. The bedrock is generally of the same age, like here through North and South Dakota like that. But you get to places like Nevada over here, and holy cow, is this just a jumbled mess. And that's because you've got all this basin and range deformation. You've got... Nevada is basically slowly rifting apart. And so you get all these north-south running mountain ranges like this, where, like, you know, the valley is rifting apart, and as it's doing that, the mountains are kind of coming up like that. Yeah. It's, there's a lot of different forces that cause different age rocks to be exposed in different places, for certain. Yeah. I wonder if... Let's see if I can find that trailer. Here, take a look at this.
North America, the land that we love. It looks pretty familiar, don't you think? Well, think again. The ground we walk on is full of surprises.
Yeah, it is.
If you know where to look.
As a geologist, the Grand Canyon is perhaps the best place in the world. Every single one of these layers tells its own story about what North America was like when that layer was deposited.
So you ready for a little time traveling?
I'm Kirk
This
Johnson,
is a really cool series.
the director of the Smithsonian National Museum of Natural
He's a cool
History.
guy. I had
And in this three-part
a long conversation with Kirk Johnson once over beers at a little bar in Bozeman, Montana, because he was our guest speaker for the Earth Sciences Symposium back in that would have been December of 2017, I think. Yeah, or maybe January 2018. Anyway, it was a while ago. Really cool guy. So he's got this really highfalutin job, you know, director of the National Museum of Natural History, but super, super down-to-earth guy. He's from North Dakota originally. We talked a lot about North Dakota, actually, because I was doing some work in North Dakota at the time. He's a really cool guy.
Smithsonian National Museum of Natural History. And in this three-part Nova special, I'll take you on the field trip of a lifetime.
Look at that rock right there. That is crazy.
To find out, how did our amazing continent get to be the way it is?
Underneath Lake Superior, that's about 30 miles.
30 miles of volcanic rock.
How did the landscape shape the creatures who lived and died here?
Doesn't look like much, but this layer is Armageddon.
Yep, KPG boundary.
And how did we turn the rocks of our homeland
Oh, man.
into riches?
This thing is phenomenal.
We'll hunt down the clues to our continent's epic past. Some right in the heart of New York City.
Whoa! I've always wanted to do this.
This place was once surrounded by mountains as high as the Rockies, but now they're eroded away to nothing.
We know one thing for sure in geology. No landscape is permanent.
This is a really cool series. I've never actually watched it all the way through, but I've heard really good things about it.
So many different kinds of dinosaurs.
Yikes. That makes a grizzly bear look like nothing.
The secret may lie in Kansas.
Go find some fossils, huh?
This giant fish once swam in a huge inland
Xiphactinus.
sea that split
Yeah.
our continent in half for more than 20 million years.
This jaw is huge. I mean, this must have been an immense fish.
14 feet long.
14-foot long fish in Kansas.
That's what I'm telling you.
But what about us? How did we get here? 20,000 years ago, much of North America was locked behind an enormous wall of ice.
Here we go. This is not the easiest thing in the world. You know, it's hard to imagine somebody crossing even one ice field like this 25,000 years ago. This is insane.
Unforgiving, yet rewarding. This land's treasures helped build our civilization, offering riches born in a violent past.
I've always thought of earthquakes as very destructive kinds of things.
Every time you look at a vein of quartz, you're really seeing an ancient
Oh.
earthquake.
Holy cow, it's Lisa. It's Lisa White from Berkeley. She's the, I think, Outreach and Education Director of the University of California Museum of Paleontology. I was just talking with her in person 2 days ago on Tuesday.
Every time you look at a vein of quartz, you're really seeing an
Yeah.
ancient earthquake. It's the way to the gold.
Wow, incredible.
It's an epic tale, playing out over 4 billion years. A journey of discovery through our own backyard. As we peel back the layers
Peel it back.
and turn back the clock,
That is unbelievable.
Look at that.
Alaska.
find out what's hiding beneath our feet. Making North America, this fall on Nova.
It's good stuff. I'll give you a link to the trailer right here. There you are. And I wonder if... Let's see. Making North America. Can we watch this in the future here? I don't know if it's watchable online. Shoot. Episodes. Notes, participants. Shoot, I don't know if you can watch it online. Which is unfortunate because this is a really, really cool series. Oh! Well, shoot, there it is. Here's episode 1. Bookmark this if you're interested in how North America came to be. If you want like a really nice primer, a really nice introduction to the field of geology and why it's important, follow that link. Bookmark that. Watch it later if you'd like to. And hey, Sour Worm, welcome to Paleontologizing. How are you doing? It's good to have you here. What's the hot spot in America to find cool dinosaur bones? The Intermountain West, Sour Worm. It's actually a pretty large region. We were just talking about that. So, here's a geological map of these United States. And let me annotate this for you. There we go. Use our handy dandy draw pad for this. And there we go. Good. It's working.
I do call myself an expert in dinosaur studies.
So you do, Red Bulwark. Thank you for the 6 months, Red Bulwark. I do really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. It's good to have you here. Basically this region from kind of like this, and that's Nevada. Basically like this area here, and then going up into Canada. this is where the majority of North America's dinosaurs have been discovered. Maybe I should actually extend that down into like New Mexico and Arizona. There's also some from Texas as well. So yeah, kind of like that. There have been more dinosaurs named from this part of the world than anywhere else on the planet, as far as I know. It's pretty impressive. And this is largely because of, well, there's a number of different factors that all kind of converged to make this the world's best place for finding dinosaurs. One of them is luck. So this happens to be, you know, there were dinosaurs that lived all over the world, obviously, on literally all 7 continents, including Antarctica. But it's only in certain places that we can actually find dinosaur fossils exposed on the surface. And this happens to be one of those places. Part of that is like modern geography and climate. So throughout these US states and Canadian provinces, you've got a lot of what we call badlands. There's a lot of beautiful exposed sedimentary rock. Sedimentary rock is layered rock laid down by ancient sediments. And you've got a lot of this right there on the surface. These tend to be areas that are very dry. They're pretty harsh environments today. So they're very dry. There's not a lot of rainfall. So there's not a lot of like grass growing over these. The rate of erosion is so fast that plants can't really take root for the most part. So there's a lot of erosion and not a lot of rainfall. It's a difficult place to make a living as a plant. So instead you've got all this beautiful bare exposed rock right there on the surface. And this is how we find dinosaur fossils. So that's part of it. Part of it also is that these rocks have been uplifted by the Rocky Mountains. I wonder if I have a clip here to explain this. There we go. Yeah. Take a look at this right here.
A close encounter is a rare and thrilling event.
So this is paleontologist Phil Curry from Canada.
Tyrannosaurs to be preserved in this part of the world is the fact that they were living on a coastal lowland, and there was a tremendous amount of sediment coming in from the mountains that were rising to the west at that time.
Yep. So I said the Rocky Mountains were just coming up. So the Rocky Mountains are being uplifted during the time of the dinosaurs. And as they're doing that, they're being eroded too. So all kinds of chunks of rock are being weathered away by wind and rain and snow and everything else. And those are getting washed down into the lowlands. And as those are getting washed down, they're burying all kinds of dead stuff that's living there in the lowlands, including dinosaurs and pterosaurs like this.
Large rivers running across the coastal lowland, and if the Tyrannosaurus body happened to fall in the water, then it had a very good chance of being buried complete. And fast burial is one of the most critical factors in terms of preserving an animal that large.
Yep.
So far, 17 skeletons of Tyrannosaurus have been found. All of them.
And shoot, this was 1996. 17 skeletons. It's about 50 now. 50. And I've worked on one of them. Yeah. Chomperex, the world's smallest and youngest T-Rex. MOR 6625, I believe. Specimen number. Yeah.
From Wyoming north into Alberta and Saskatchewan. Now,
we actually have them also from Utah, south of Wyoming, and I think all the way down into New Mexico. There's bits of Tyrannosaurus.
Some of your own advice.
Jacob Neon.
The man who told me to live every week like it's Shark Week, and that nothing's impossible except for dinosaurs.
Oh boy.
Don't give up on life, sir. Wow.
Jacob Neon, 27 months of support. I do really, really appreciate that. Thank you for your continued support. It means a lot to me. It really does. Yeah. So yeah. And is that the one on your wall? Yeah, HD. Well, the one that was on my wall. I literally just packed it up last night. So, again, I'm moving on Friday next week to a new place. But you'll see it again soon, I hope. Yeah. And have you seen the new Jurassic World Evolution DLC? It's out today. I've seen clips of it, Dr. Tara. Maybe we'll look at that later. But yeah, I've heard about it. I was impressed with the Utah Raptor. Looked good. Concha Venator also looked good. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue with this.
So far, 17 skeletons of Tyrannosaurus have been found.
Sorry it's so quiet. This is as loud as it goes.
Alberta and Saskatchewan. Now, Tyrannosaurus probably had a much more extensive range than that. It almost certainly lived all the way from the Arctic Ocean down to the Gulf of Mexico.
Oof, that's a terrible looking skull. Ugh. Who did that? Awful. Basura.
Only 17 skeletons have been unearthed of the many millions of animals that once lived and died.
Probably billions.
A handful of clues to the mysteries of this ferocious but elusive beast.
But this is the sort of territory where you find dinosaur fossils nowadays. Out on the prairie with breaks in the prairie, these big badlands like this. Yeah.
The existence of the king of the dinosaurs was unknown until 1902, when a former Kansas farm boy named Barnum
Brown,
hunting dinosaurs for the American Museum of Natural History, discovered.
You can watch this for a little while. Let me know if you got any other questions, though, chat. Go in a different direction.
Had caught his attention. Brown traced it back to Hell Creek in Montana.
Yep.
But what would he find there?
Hell Creek? Well, with a name like that, it's got to be a nice place, you know? Hell Creek. Sounds like... Wow. What do they have in a place like Hell Creek?
Sunshine, lollipops, and rainbows.
Yeah, it's just, of course. Oh. And Magisteric says I'll try again. Sorry I missed your message the first time. There's a lot of messages there in chat. Are there any paleontologically significant items in Native American culture / lore? There's a whole book about that. Magisterics, yeah. Yeah. Where did I put it? I'm in the process of moving, so a lot of my stuff is all over the place right now. But there's a book called Fossil Legends of the First Americans, which I would recommend to you. Yeah. By Adrienne Mayor. Fossil Legends of the First Americans. So it's an interesting book. It's kind of a follow-up to her earlier book, The First Fossil Hunters. But trying to figure out, or maybe draw parallels between the legends of earlier folks than ourselves and fossils that might be found in those regions. It's an interesting mode of inquiry. It's not always super scientific because we can't always test these ideas. It's more kind of in the realm of like folklore and literature analysis and stuff like that. But it's interesting stuff. Let's see if we have a... Here, I think Mark Norell might have something to say about this.
Certainly, dinosaur fossils have been known for a long time. In sort of classical antiquity, Greek and Roman times, some of these fossils that have even been illustrated and stuff were thought of as either monsters or as giants. But the first dinosaurs to be recognized as an ancient lineage of reptiles were found in the English countryside in the 1830s when people actually found these things, and they said that yes, in fact, that these are giant extinct reptiles.
Okay, short video, short and sweet, but yeah, it's extraordinarily difficult to actually look at Native American myths and legends and say, oh yes, well these might have been informed by or even inspired by fossil discoveries that Native peoples made. It's really, really difficult to like demonstrate that, but there are some ideas floating around about it. You should check out that book, Fossil Legends of the First Americans, if you're interested in that idea. Yeah, it's good stuff. Anyway, and Miss Yvette says, Danny, will you still receive mail after the move? Yes, absolutely, I will. I'm going to be keeping the same P.O. box for at least, I think it expires in February or March. I'll be keeping it until at least then, probably, in all likelihood, much longer than that. Yeah. So yes. Anyway. And Magisteric says, I feel very privileged. Where my folks were from, we'd stumble on trilobite fossils all the time. Marine fossils in hills, footprints by the beach, surrounded by paleo artifacts. Oh yeah. Specimens is the term that we usually use. Not to nitpick here, but when I hear the word artifact, I think of archaeology. In paleontology, we call them specimens. Yeah. Artifact is a very archaeology-coded word, I guess. Not to jump down your throat about that. It doesn't really matter. But yeah. Someone makes an artifact. Exactly. It's like a human creation. Yeah. And there you go, Magisterics. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Anyway, that reminds me. We should, I know we show this video a lot, but it's so short and sweet. I think you're going to like it. Fossilization. If you've ever wanted to become a fossil, well, here is a guide on how to do it.
Here's a step-by-step guide to becoming a fossil. Step 1, die. Once you are dead, your remains may be scavenged by other organisms. Step 2, get buried fast. If you are buried rapidly, your remains won't completely decay or be carried away by scavengers. Your best bet for rapid burial is to die near or in a river, lake, or ocean, where water can deposit sediment over you.
Yep.
Step 3, soak in groundwater for a long, long time. Groundwater contains minerals. Over time, dissolved minerals can harden
or sand, or lots of other substrates too, Miss Yvette, yeah.
Or the water can dissolve your skeleton, leaving only minerals in its place. Either way, your skeleton will turn to stone, and you'll be a fossil. Step 4, wait to be exposed. As the years go by, if you're lucky, sea levels can fall or rock can erode and expose you. Then, if your luck holds out, you might get spotted by a fossil hunter and wind up in a museum collection where scientists can study you to learn about evolution.
So your comment earlier, Magisterics reminded me of this about picking up trilobite fossils. There's a lot that goes into, you know, the preservation of a trilobite. Each one is like, it's almost a tiny miracle, you know? Although, after a long enough span of time, even seemingly unlikely or miraculous events become a sure thing. Yeah. To this day, when I have kids around, I like to go fossil hunting, says Magisterics. A 10-minute walk to see prints, a 20-minute walk, a dinosaur being excavated, half an hour drive. That's super cool. You're lucky to live where you do, Magisterics. That's pretty awesome. And yeah, trilobites are magical, definitely. And yeah, because that means they're at least Permian age at the very youngest. Far older than the dinosaurs. It's cool stuff. And Gojira says, I grew up not far from a slate quarry that had loads of dinky trilobites. Very cool. Yeah. I've only ever found a couple of trilobites in the field. Yeah. Well, I guess it was last October, I dug up some trilobites in, I think, Cambrian age rocks in Utah? The what? The what? Iconic song. I didn't catch that. The what? One more time? After 12 months, I'm still... I can't quite catch it. Iconic song, thank you for those 12 months. I really appreciate that. Iconic. Thanks for keeping me here on the air. Appreciate you. Yeah. And the slate was Cambrian, if I recall correctly. Yeah, that was like a big heyday of the trilobites. Huh. Cool critters. Very cool critters. And we've got, a newish video from PBS Eons. Why don't we take a look at that, actually? Why not? We were talking last week about mass extinction events. And it's funny, because earlier that week, I was at a seminar, and Kevin Padian, archosaur paleontologist, was talking about how he doesn't like the term mass extinction because it's not very scientific. Yeah, he is the Durder guy, Clairberry, absolutely. Because we don't really have like a hard and fast definition for what constitutes a mass extinction versus just another extinction event. And when we focus on only the big 5 mass extinctions, we tend to miss the ones that are in between sometimes. Like during the age of dinosaurs, there are big extinction events that happened in like the middle Cretaceous. So like the end of the Cenomanian, there's a there's an extinction event, what Kevin Padian might call a major biotic crisis after the Cenomanian. That's when we lose dinosaurs like Spinosaurids. Stegosaurs are completely gone after that. The ichthyosaurs, marine reptiles in the ocean, they go extinct completely at the end of the Cenomanian, as far as I know. And a like general diversification of dinosaurs into the Campanian and Maastrichtian, that might be because some of these major groups just died out at the end of the Cenomanian. So like certain groups are kind of recovering, different dinosaurs are, undergoing adaptive radiation, moving into new niches that have been left empty after this extinction event. And it may have been like a period of sudden global cooling at the end of the Cenomanian that did that. Yeah, and likewise, we've got other extinction events that often go unheralded. And I think this video is going to talk about that, so let's take a look.
Eons calendars are back. Head on over to dftba.com/eons to order one.
Nice. And actually, we just watched that video yesterday, didn't we? About how we as humans were very recently prey to large predatory birds. Yeah, you want that calendar? It does look nice, Claire Burr. It does.
To dftba.com/eons to order one.
424 million years ago, a small, unassuming organism known as a graptolite drifted
Yeah,
to the sea,
graptolites.
unaware of how important paleontologists would one day find it. Though only a few centimeters long, these graptolites would help unlock much bigger secrets of the Silurian period. For a long time, paleontologists thought the Silurian was a time of relative stability, with life recovering and flourishing after the mass extinctions at the end of the Ordovician period. Fish, cephalopods, and sea scorpions prowled the oceans as the first plants and arthropods continued to slowly conquer the land. And as far as we could tell, the climate was a perfect match for the growth of oceanic life. A mildly warmer climate that provided a stable and secure planet.
Those are some big earrings she's got. Sorry to comment on her dress here. But, are those... The eye sockets look a little small for them to be cats, but that could be a cat skull? I don't know. I'm not very good with my carnivoran mammal skulls. They're Smilodon. They don't look like Smilodon. They really don't look like Smilodon, no. Smilodon's got a very different looking skull. Here, take a look. Oh, I already packed it up, sorry. But Smilodon's got a very different looking skull. It's much more brachyrostrum, much shorter, much longer canines. Yeah. And yeah, and no worries, Gojira. Yeah. Smilodon's got a skull that looks like this. Very different looking skull there. Yeah, these are, I bet you they're little cat skulls. I bet you that's what they are. Little cats.
But that picture of the Silurian could not have been more wrong. What graptolites tell us is a story of incredible change.
Wait, and sysadmin, did you found them? I'm amazed. Very nice. Holy cow, look at that. They were cat skulls. Okay. Yeah. Very cool. Very cool. Yeah. Pretty neat. You were curious, and you really, man, I should look at that. That's impressive. I'm impressed, sysadmin. I'm impressed.
That provided a stable and secure planet. But that picture of the
Oh,
Silurian...
wait, and shoot, Alex Vixen, you found them too? Oh, there's a cat skull. There you go. Yeah. Notice it's interesting. In this specimen right here, you've got, I don't know if this is the post-orbital bone or what. Yeah, is that the zygomatic arch? I'm not totally sure. But this is closed right here in the picture that Alex Vixen sent us. And then in this, see how it's open right there? Yeah. So that could be an immature animal. It could be a different breed of cat. It could just be like individual variation. But it just kind of goes to show you that sometimes these characteristics that we think of as being super diagnostic, like, oh, well, it's got to be a different species because look how different that looks. You know, not always. Yeah. But where are the ears on the cat skulls? Yeah, Jen, Alex, don't get me started on that. Too late. You already did. All of these, like, Halloween decorations that are commercially available, where they decide to put the ears on a mammal skull like that. It's like, mammals don't have bony ears. That's not how that works. They're very soft ears, and they swivel around. You couldn't do that if it was bone, you know? But you see this again and again. Like, oh, cat skeleton. Where they put the ears on, like, just... You could say it's a bone-headed mistake. A bone-eared mistake? Not even a mistake. Like, they're just being wrong on purpose. And to me, this speaks to something really distressing about the general public. Like, it goes to show that your average person is not familiar with animal skeletal morphology. Like, the skeleton of a cat... Maybe back in the day, back when, like, the majority of Americans were farmers, they would be more likely to see animal skeletons, cat skeletons and stuff like that, and be familiar with them. But I feel like so many people are so divorced from nature nowadays that, like... I wonder if manufacturers originally tried with an authentic-looking cat skull, and then it wasn't selling as well, so they just stuck some stupid fake ears on it, and suddenly it sold much better. I don't know. I'm not sure. But it distresses me that, like, this is what people are being told a cat skeleton should look like, and it's completely wrong, you know? It makes me wonder if, like, if I look up elephant skull Halloween, if they'll have a bony trunk on it. Let's see. Maybe elephants are just too big. But yeah, okay. I guess that's reassuring. They're not trying to put a bony trunk on an elephant here. But maybe people are more familiar with what an elephant skull should look like from films such as The Lion King. Remember the elephant graveyard from that movie? Yeah. No bony trunk there. I'm glad that they actually got that part right. There's a lot of stuff about animals that that movie got wrong. Putting giant anteaters in Africa when they're only from South America, for instance. But yeah. The octopus and spider ones. Oh yeah. Invertebrate animals with bones. Yugen, don't get me started. Yeah. Do they have elephant Halloween decorations? Not really yet, it seems, Galara Dragon. At least they didn't show up in a quick Google search. So, yeah. Anywho. And Vampire Lestat says, it seems the average person doesn't even have access to a decent science class of any kind in public schools. Or in a lot of private schools, Vampire Lestat. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Yeah. It's distressing. And that's part of the reason why I'm here on Twitch doing what I do, you know? The whole point of these broadcasts is to try and combat the lack of good natural history education. Try and provide some of that myself to the best of my ability, you know, to the small extent that I'm able to do that. Yeah. I'm gonna make a Halloween elephant skull with a bony trunk. Don't, Anandusha, no! I bet we will see plenty of Halloween elephants then. No. I betray my profession if I did. Thank you for being on the... for not going over to the dark side, Anandusha. Thank you. Yeah. Anyway, let's go back to our video here, shall we? Yeah.
Ordovician period. Fish, cephalopods, and sea scorpions prowled the
You're right,
oceans
Wimla,
as
yeah.
the first plants and arthropods continued to slowly conquer the
There
land.
you go, Madam 30.
And as far as we could tell, the climate was a perfect match for the growth of oceanic life. A mildly warmer climate that provided a stable and secure planet. But that picture of the Silurian could not have been more wrong. What graptolites tell us is a story of incredible changes in the ocean, of periods where the oceans became poisonous and suffocating before eventually clearing up again. They unlock extinctions and recoveries that scientists didn't see. And most of all,
Pretty cool.
They showed us how unpredictable the Silurian period really could be.
Huh. Interesting stuff.
Graptolites started from humble beginnings. They first show up in the fossil record during the Cambrian period, over 500 million years ago. And graptolite fossils are not the animal itself. Instead, they're flattened tubes with many openings that once hosted colonies of tentacled polyps, kind of like how coral lives today.
I had completely forgotten about that. It's been a long time since undergrad invert paleo class. But yeah, graptolites were colonial organisms, weren't they? Free floating. Interesting stuff. Yeah. Charlie's Dragon says, we need more Halloween trilobite decorations. Not skeletal trilobites, just fake fossils. I agree, Charlie's Dragon. And I'm going to be printing some more trilobite fossils in the future. Yeah. Yeah.
Now, while graptolites are probably extinct today, we can get an idea of how they lived from their extant relatives, the terebranchs. They're similar to graptolites and maybe close cousins or still living members of the group, depending on which scientists you ask. Both are filter feeders, with early graptolite colonies using their tentacles to snag plankton out of the water from their location, fused to the sea floor. But towards the end of the Cambrian, graptolites gained one big evolutionary advantage that living terebranchs lack: the ability to move.
No, Alexander
Around
Morrison.
485 million years ago, graptolites lost the fuse holdfast that pinned them to the seafloor and began moving with the current, which is when these graptolites start to show up everywhere.
I'm gonna be right back.
These drifting graptolites spread around the world faster than the species attached to the seafloor, carried much further than any organism tied to the ocean floor could hope to travel. They might also have been capable of moving themselves, creating momentum through the filter-feeding movement of their tentacles. The free-floating graptolites even changed shape, becoming more cone-like and more symmetrical, making them stable and able to withstand currents. They became well adapted to living in deep ocean environments too, capturing plankton as they floated in the open water. And their abundance and widespread nature has made these tiny organisms hugely useful because they allow us to trace some pretty big changes in the ocean that forever changed our view of the Silurian. In the 1990s, graptolite researchers started noticing some strange trends recorded in the Silurian rocks of the Northern Hemisphere, including the Nordic countries and Central Europe. There would be sudden periods where groups of graptolites would become extinct, only to be replaced by a species or two of graptolites that moved in from somewhere else. Slowly, the researchers realized that these changes in graptolites matched changes in the rock record, fluctuations between deep water black clay deposits and shallow water deposits of limestone.
So this again is another instance of paleontology being almost like detective work. You see something interesting going on, you go, that's weird. How in the world did this happen? And you try and seek out an explanation for it. You look for clues in the rock record. This is really cool stuff. Yeah. And, Annoying Mouse, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. T-Rex with a big jaws, I assume, and small hands. There you go. Annoying Mouse, welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here.
Where the rock showed signs of a deep ocean, there were graptolites. And when there were shallow water signals like limestone, graptolites would not only disappear, but their forms would go extinct entirely. These major shifts back and forth suggested that something very big was happening with the ocean. And it seemed to be happening very quickly, with the environment changing between two different types every 10,000 to 200,000 years. Scientists began to realize that this pattern of change was also replicated in other small, specialized marine creatures of the Silurian,
conodonts,
like the
brachiopods.
eel-like conodonts and clam-like brachiopods.
Yeah.
These ocean environment types were given names.
Conodonts are really weird, cool creatures because for a long time we had no idea what they were. Like, because this is what's usually preserved, is just something that looks almost like a jaw with what almost look like teeth. But those are basically the only hard part of the animal.
Dinosaur man.
Win258. Oh, 528, sorry. Win528, thank you for the 3 months of support. I really appreciate it. Thank you. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Yeah. And the Spiriferid brachiopods? Cool, Eric. His name was a little stinker. I actually don't remember these.
Conodonts and clam-like brachiopods.
Yeah.
These ocean environment types were given names: primo episodes and secundo episodes. While it's still debated what caused them, some scientists think it's related to changes in how water circulated. We think that primo episodes probably had oceans that looked a lot like ours, with cold water at the poles and warm water near the equator. The cold water would sink, causing circulation in the deep ocean that kept oxygen distributed throughout the water column. But during the secundo episodes, something changed that pumping system. Without cycling of cold water at the poles, the ocean became stratified with different layers that didn't mix much. The bottom layer of the ocean in particular became anoxic. It lost its oxygen. These events happened at least 15 times throughout the Silurian, and we're still not actually sure why. It's possible that changes in the Earth's orbit around the sun caused them, much like changes we see recorded in the Pleistocene epoch.
So that would be Milankovitch cycles, I think is what she's referring to, where it's like a little bit of wobble in the Earth's tilt. Might have changed that. Interesting. And I'm sure, do not give me subs, I'm sure that's what it was.
But the Silurian was also very different from the Earth
Hey,
today
Purple,
in a number of
Purple
other
Urple, how you doing?
For one, there were few to no plants living on land. This meant that any wind or water would erode the continents pretty quickly. Plus, the supercontinent Gondwana was located near the South Pole, which meant that if there were glaciers, they would accelerate that weathering. There's also evidence of massive dust storms during this time, which may have filled the oceans with nutrients, changing productivity and carbon storage. This caused waters to lose oxygen, especially at the bottom of the ocean. Normally, we assume oxygen is a good thing, but not all organisms like to live in high oxygen environments.
Definitely not.
This is especially true for certain bacteria, some of which produce
And Mushroom back there, bro. Hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. If anybody else is just waltzed in too, welcome. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. We're talking about fossil science here on Twitch. We're going to be doing Thursday Birdsday in a little bit. About, well, in a couple hours. And then, yeah. But right now we're talking about different extinction events. Ones that have so far kind of gone unrecognized. It's interesting stuff. Yeah. And OAE, ocean anoxic events. Exactly, Eric. Yeah. Yeah. These are really, really important to understand if we want to understand the history of life in our Earth's oceans. Bacteria to the future. There you go, Andit. Yeah.
produce hydrogen sulfide that can build up.
And hang on a sec. Somebody had a question. Is it true that the desert turns to jungle every 26,000 years due to the Milankovitch cycle? No. Referring to Egypt. There might be some fluctuations there, but it's not going to be like, oh, like clockwork, the desert turns to jungle. No. It's going to be a lot more complicated than that. There's a lot of different factors involved with aridification and stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah.
And make the water toxic.
But we could talk about Milankovitch cycles in a minute, though, if you want to. Yeah, how a wobble in the Earth's tilt. That's the reason for the ice ages that we had during the Pleistocene.
So during warm periods, the oceans lost their oxygen and gained hydrogen sulfide, which made them much harder to live in. Unless, of course, you were adapted to survive these things.
This is the horizon, which marks the extinction of the dinosaurs. Below this level, and there are dinosaur fossils.
And you're holding.
Above this level, in these rocks, there are no dinosaur fossils. So I'm actually standing on the level that marks the extinction of the dinosaurs.
I appreciate your raid, Andrew Holding.
And their 8 raiders have stumbled below that level.
How'd your stream go?
Dinosaurs.
I hope it was really good. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Let me know if you've got any questions. Yeah, hello to you too, Andrew. How was your stream? Tell me about it. Looks like you were doing some Baldur's Gate 3. Well, I hope you got the gate closed or opened or whatever you were doing. I know back when I was out in Montana working on ranch land, there was a rule that if the gate is open, you leave it open. If the gate is closed and you have to go through it, make sure you close it behind you, because otherwise the cows will get out and wreak havoc. Well, not necessarily wreak havoc, but they'll be in places you don't want them, and the ranchers will be mad. So yeah, gates can be very important. Exactly, Claireburr, yeah. And don't forget the greening of the Sahara due to the wobble. That's not something I'm familiar with, I guess, Anandusha. Yeah. Anyway, always leave a gate how you found it. Exactly, Gojira. Yeah. And cows do step on things, including fossils. So anyway, I hope all of your gate stuff worked. We had the fun of talking science while waiting for 137 gigabytes update to happen. That's a lot of gigabytes there, Andrew Holding. Well. I'm glad you had fun doing that. And I hope the update was successful. Anyway, good stuff.
The free-floating graptolites were. They flourished in deep water, seemingly indifferent to low oxygen conditions. Unlike many other animals, graptolites appear to have thrived in warmer secunda climates with vast seas.
Hang-gliding cows,
their ranges shrank and shifted during cooler, oxygenated primo climates, which killed off graptolites that couldn't adapt to a drop in sea level. Their place would eventually be taken over by other species of graptolites, moving in from deeper waters once the sea levels rose again. But it became harder and harder each time this cycle happened. By killing off graptolites that couldn't survive in shallower, oxygen-rich water, only deep water, free-floating varieties were able to survive. This left a strongly limited gene pool, one that might have not had time to recover or become ecologically diverse before the climate shifted again. In fact, immediately after these extinction events, the fossil record of the Silurian shows the same trend in graptolites over and over again. Initially, a species from the open ocean moves into an offshore area. With no competition from other graptolites, the new residents experience a population boom. So much so that the fossil record shows huge accumulations of single species of graptolites.
Very cool.
Scientists imagine that these booms would have made graptolites the equivalent of krill during the Silurian. But all things must come to an end, and nothing about this scenario would have prepared graptolites for the climate change to come. After all, the extinctions killed the predators of graptolites too, and that meant that there was very little evolutionary pressure to evolve into different species or use different tactics. So when the waters began to cool again, these new populations of graptolites were no more likely to survive the change than the species they had replaced. This is why these events wiped out such large percentages of graptolites in particular. While other animals were certainly impacted, graptolites show huge populations.
Thank you, Andrew, for the raid. I appreciate that.
And Secundo. These massive ocean and climate
day.
swings caused graptolites to almost completely go extinct in the middle of the Silurian. 95% of the species across the globe disappeared. And this happened again and again on smaller to larger scales. The Lau or Kozlovsky event in the late Silurian wiped out 70% of the graptolite species, and also nearly 23% of all marine life. Considering the consequences of these extinctions, it seems unbelievable that we once thought the Silurian was so peaceful. Today, we know that the Silurian was a time of incredible change, a trend now seen in chemistry, rocks, and many different types of fossils. But if it weren't for the detailed record of the tiny graptolites and other animals like them, we might never have seen the extinctions hidden beneath our noses.
Pretty cool stuff. Let me give you a link to this video here. There we go. And, just to kind of place you in time, too. The Silurian, with our International Chronostratigraphic chart, time chart here. We're up here in the present at 0 million years ago, after the Pleistocene. The Silurian is before the Mesozoic, before the age of the dinosaurs. Down here in the Paleozoic era, it is way down here, from about 445 million years ago until 419 million years ago. So the Silurian, that's not a big chunk of time there, honestly. So like to have a bunch of different like periodic extinction events, those big, like turnover events in the oceans during the little old Silurian, that's interesting stuff. This is why I always set this to linear time here, so we actually get a good sense of scale. Like the Silurian is much shorter than the Ordovician, and much, much shorter. It's like 1/3 the length of the Devonian period. Interesting stuff. Yeah. Yeah. And you have the time scale semi-memorized. Nice, Eric. I've actually been coming up with a mnemonic to remember the different geologic time periods. And after the move, I should hopefully have some more time to be a little bit more active on social media. So maybe I'll make some videos, put them on TikTok and YouTube and stuff like that. And, yeah. I might make a little song about the geologic time periods. I think that would be cool. I feel like that is a contribution that I can make to the public understanding of the history of life. And I can distribute that to some professors that I know, and they can give that to their students, and maybe it'll take hold, you know? Like, please excuse my dear Aunt Sally, or stuff like that. Mnemonics that people use to remember certain things. So I would like to make a song about that. It'd be neat. Yeah. And Golganek. Not the brightest bulb in the barn. I've been in a few barns in my life, and there's usually very few bulbs. You probably are the brightest bulb in the barn, Golganek. Don't sell yourself short. Not just because there's not a lot of competition. You're actually I don't know. In my opinion, in my experience, often some of the most self-effacing people are also some of the cleverest, so... yeah. Anyway. And... sure, free streaming. Jaguarosaurus? Mosasaur. I have not seen that, no. Oh, or maybe I saw a headline for it, but... well, let's take a look at that. Sugar-free streaming. Let's take a look at that. Formidable predator that ruled the sea 90 million years ago, discovered. Here we are. Alright, it's just... I can supply my own music, thank you. That's interesting that it's being portrayed with a dorsal fin on it. Very interesting stuff. Yeah. Previously unknown formidable sea predator that lived about 90 million years ago during the age of the dinosaurs has been discovered in Mexico. I saw some headlines about this. I have not had a chance to look at the paper or anything yet. This is cool. I wonder if we can find like a video press release. Very nice. It's in Spanish. Did this work? We have it in English? Yeah, a new fossil discovery was announced this Tuesday. It is a marine reptile found in Vallecillo, state of Nuevo León, Yarosaurus regiomontanus, which swam in the seas that covered northern Mexico until 90 million years ago. This new discovery was found by producers from Lajas, probably paleontologists, who decided to donate this piece to the Desert Museum. As explained by paleontologist Hector Rivera, I've met him before, I think. Yeah, and where's Rene? I wonder if he was involved with this. It was a shallow sea that reached the top of North America, making what is called the West, which is, yeah, a west, so west, the Western Interior Seaway, WIS. The WIS is what we're talking about here, which is, let's see, let's scoot back to 90 million years ago. Ow, there we go. Africa, India, Antarctica, Australia, South America, Europe and Asia, and North America. The center of North America was covered by this advancing and retreating seaway. It kind of ebbs and flows throughout the late Cretaceous. But at its peak, it reached all the way from the Gulf of Mexico, bisected North America into 2 and sometimes 3 land masses. And, yeah, at some points it was actually covering up parts of Mexico as well. The sea is very full. It is full of marine life. In other locations, many more flying reptiles and mosasaurs have been found. But in this particular case, it's the first time that there has been a record here in Mexico. And apart from being a new species, the fossil consists of a skull, preserved jaws of an animal that reached 5 meters in length. It was about 17 feet. The exhibited museum site reduces the gap between the disappearance of older predators, as mentioned by paleontologist Vallecillo. The rock formation of Vallecillo has 2 members, one lower and one upper. In the lower one, the precursors, or links, that gave rise to the mosasaurs have been found. They are very small reptiles. And in the upper member is where we find animals like this size. It was already much larger. So here in Vallecillo, the crucible of this evolution of the mosasaur from small to much larger was carried out. And as you can see, they were already very well adapted to the marine environment, because before, in fact, the mosasaurs, as you are seeing them right now, they already have a tail. A tail fluke is what he's talking about. This is really cool. I love this kind of thing. I love a press release about a new kind of extinct animal. Pretty neat. And they are portraying it here with a dorsal fin, which is really interesting. Possibly they had a dorsal fin, and the pectoral fins were very well formed for swimming. And see, pectoral fins are the arms, basically. Something they had not previously done before. Till a few years ago, when we had a tail of a mosasaur. Yeah, we didn't used to know that they had that tail fluke until fairly recently. That's cool stuff. That's cool stuff. Yeah. Pretty neat.
It's squashed completely flat. The bone wall is so thin, it's about the same dimension as the wall of a dirter. A dirter is one of those things you get at the end of the paper towels, the cardboard thing in the middle, you go dir in it. Well, that's what this thing is like.
Yes, indeed. Keep coding, Steph. Good afternoon to you, too, and thank you for the 10 months of support.
If you're
I really appreciate that, Steph. Thank you.
the dinosaurs.
Did they have compressed neck vertebrae?
And Eric, thank you for the 100 bits there. Did they have compressed neck vertebrae? Did mosasaurs have compressed neck vertebrae? I'm not sure. Often in the axial column of marine reptiles, they do have weird shaped vertebrae, and sometimes they are kind of antero-posteriorly compressed. Oh, by the way, this is the new paper. Jaguarosaurus. I think that means the jaguar lizard. That's pretty cool. But let's take a look at the skeletons of some mosasaurs. Yeah, those vertebrae don't seem to be that compressed front to back. They just don't have very many neck vertebrae. Yeah, Mosasaurus hoffmanni. In fact, their vertebrae are fairly uniform, which is interesting. Yeah. Mosasaur.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
It is the time of Jew double exclamation mark.
Thank you, Golganek, for those 100 bits. We've got a hype train going, don't we? Thank you, Golganek, for helping kick that off. Beautiful. Thank you for that support. That's excellent.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
And Win528, thank you for those 100 bits, too. I appreciate that very much. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, let's take a look at that paper real quick. It is unfortunately not open access. Elsevier journals are often paywalled. But yeah, specimen was discovered southwest of Vallecillo, in northeastern Mexico state of Nuevo León, about 80 kilometers north of Monterrey, in a laminated limestone layer of the upper member of the Agua Nueva Formation, Upper Turonian to possibly Lower Coniacian. So going back to our time chart, let's go up to the Cretaceous period. Yeah, so it's about here, or maybe Lower Coniacian. Yeah. So this is about the time, about 90 million years ago. When the WIS is kind of at its peak, the Western Interior Seaway here. Yeah. And thank you, Nova Silence Twitch, for that support. Those 300 bits there. Thank you, thank you. We're on our way to a level 1 hype train here with 3 minutes left on the clock. Let's see if we can get that. Yeah, thank you for that. Good stuff. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, I think it's funny how a lot of names of tools are double entendres, says Purple Urple. I mean, sometimes they are for fossil organisms also. But we're not going to get into that too much right now. But that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Thank you for bringing that to our attention there, whoever that was. Was it Eric? Thank you. Yeah. And
Would you like a Xmas card?
I would like a Christmas card, Nell. Yeah, if you wouldn't mind sending one to the P.O. Box, I'll open it on stream. Thank you for the offer. And thank you for those 187 bits. It's a very specific number, and I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. Yeah. Yeah, if you send me a Christmas card, this goes for everybody. If you send me a Christmas card, I'll open it on stream. Just send it to the P.O. Box. Yeah. And Trusa Sap says, it's so strange seeing you in a regular shirt. I'm in the process of moving right now. That's why it seems so sparse behind me. I'm in the process of packing things up so I can move next Friday. Didn't really have time to put on a proper shirt today.
It's the dinosaur man!
Okay.
Lauren Zoxio, thank you
Paleo dance.
for the 2 months of support. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. Hope the move goes well. Thank you, Trusa. I appreciate that. The P.O. Box is not changing. No, it's not. Same P.O. Box. You have access to move stuffs in Monday, Jody Fish? Yeah, I do. Yeah. And Dinah Wolf says, how do you have changing alerts? I don't know what you mean, Dinah Wolf. Can you clarify your question? I don't understand. Yeah. Anywho. Your alerts are always different? I just have a bunch of them, Dinah Wolf. Yeah. Yeah, and they are triggered more or less randomly. For different categories. Yeah. What else are we gonna get into today? If anybody's got any good question? No, P.O. Box is staying the same now. Yeah. And Magisterics, what is this right here? Oh, yeah. A friend of mine is actually working on this dinosaur. Ethan Cowgill is working on Torvosaurus here. The second species of Torvosaurus to be named. It's actually named after James Gurney, who is the artist and writer behind Dinotopia. Torvosaurus gurnei is from Portugal. It turns out it might not actually be that different. Might not actually be a different species from the one we have in North America. But one of these days we'll interview Ethan about that and have him talk about it. But that is named after this guy here.
If we could take a journey back through time, what would we see?
It's an artist I really admire.
What did our world look like ages ago?
This is so cool.
During the time of the dinosaurs. The land was warmer than it is now, and the oceans were higher. Florida was underwater.
Yep. As it will be again soon.
A warm, saltwater sea divided North America in two.
Yep. That's the WIS, like we were talking about, the Western Interior
West
Seaway. See, it all ties together, you know?
Known as Laramidia.
Laramidia. There you go, green hair.
Recently, I worked with paleontologist Scott Sampson to bring to life the dinosaurs that he has discovered along the shores of this vanished world. I drew sketches of giant crocodiles grabbing young dinosaurs by the tail and pulling them down. I imagined battles of bull Cosmoceratops fighting off challenges from their rivals.
So James Gurney here actually got a contract to do some illustrations for, I think it was Scientific American magazine, and like to do the illustrations to help announce these new genera. It's like Cosmoceratops, which is really cool. He's a very, very accomplished artist. He's behind Dinotopia. You know, that's his creation. He is the creator of Dinotopia, and he does some really, really cool work.
Lurking at the edge of the
I really like the way that he actually goes about his illustrations.
Catch the unwary. Attacking from behind, they would immobilize their prey with powerful jaws and heavy three-toed feet. How could I take these sketches to the next level? I needed to know how these poses looked in 3 dimensions.
And so he actually creates 3D maquettes that he uses as the basis for his 2D imagery. And this is actually a technique that I've kind of borrowed myself, or maybe you could say stolen. But rather than making these models by hand like he does, I sculpt them digitally using a program called Sculptress. It's a lot like ZBrush, except it's free and a lot simpler. It's really, really cool.
First, I made wire skeletons. Then I built up the flesh with clay.
I love the bird on his shoulder.
And baked it in the oven. Then I painted the figures and set them up under a bright light.
This is such a cool way of going about things.
How the light and shadow played across the overlapping forms. I drew the scene in pencil, and I was ready to paint.
It's a beautiful sketch. Beautiful. Bird's just excited about seeing another dinosaur. Gorgeous artwork. Gorgeous.
I then turned to Cosmoceratops. With its 15 bizarre bony horns, it was one of the most highly ornamented of the ceratopsians, a group of dinosaurs known for their elaborate horns and frills.
So this is actually one of the reasons why having a bunch of plastic dinosaurs around can be a boon to an artist, because you can light them in different ways. You can put them in different perspectives, and it's just nice to have them as like a little, like a little maquette when you're planning out your piece. Really cool.
By sculpting its portrait, painting it, and taking it outside, I had all the information I needed.
He may have also made the music for this too, I'm not sure.
Were the males color?
Yeah, here, let's more info. DVD now available. It's actually a really good DVD. I paid for this. It's really excellent. This is basically like a promo for the little DVD thing that you can buy on like how to paint dinosaurs. It's neat stuff.
Colorful like male birds?
This is just part of it here.
Or drab gray like rhinos? No one knows.
He does sound like Werner Herzog without an accent. Wait, you're not wrong. Yeah. Beautiful work here. Really nice. I love the hyperlapse there. That's neat.
When I was done, the art director from Scientific American came to pick up the paintings.
This is like a lion in the way it's taking down its prey, but it would be using its feet instead of its hands.
Putting some spacers on so that the painting doesn't get all mucked up when it gets transported in the back of my car.
Good idea.
The car doesn't get all mucked up.
I don't care about the car.
Yeah. Cool stuff. So you can, oh, he's got tips about, painting the dinosaur stamps. I haven't seen this one.
Hi, my name is James Gurney. I'd like to take you behind the scenes to these paintings that I recently did for Ranger Rick magazine of dinosaurs to show you some tips on how to paint realistic dinosaurs using preliminary sketches, miniatures or maquettes for reference, bringing them outside into real lighting, and then painting them in oil.
Cool stuff. I really like the physical effects there. That's neat.
Let's get started with...
And Hugen says, what exactly is Urinosaurus? It's a Longarostran ichthyosaur, Hugen. It's a marine reptile.
This one here, which is a relative of T-Rex. The name of the dinosaur is Thanatothursdes, which means reaper of death.
Yeah.
And they lived about 12 million years before T-Rex.
This is actually going to be mentioned in the paper, one of the papers I'll be talking about with Balint later on today.
What I'm doing here is a preliminary sketch, and this is really tip number one, is to do a small sketch first before launching into a larger finish. That lets you try out things like to try out this warm color in the background. So now, as I do the final one, I can do a careful pencil drawing, and I know which way I'm going to be heading with the colors because I worked them out on that color sketch on the right.
Nice. It's really good advice here.
My second tip is to paint the dinosaur from an unusual angle. Try a lot of different angles. Anything but just a straight side view or front view.
Yeah.
This is kind of a three-quarter view, looking down from the eye level of the dinosaur. The light is coming from behind, and I'm suggesting the textures of the feathery surface of this dinosaur by dragging paint with a palette knife. My third tip is to use photographs of birds from wildlife magazines for inspiration for color and for feathers.
Nice.
This is a ground hornbill from Africa. What's the secret for painting a complicated dinosaur like this?
Oh boy.
Armored dinosaur called Borealopelta.
Thyreophorans. I was just about to reach for my Borealopelta up here, but it's packed away in the box already because I'm moving next week.
The secret is to build a three-dimensional...
Steely Dan, we could do a deep dive right now, yeah.
To use as reference. Like last time, I did a preliminary sketch in watercolor and gouache to work out the basic lighting and angle. To figure out the pose of this walking nodosaur dinosaur, I draw a profile view in pencil with the near front and back legs extended outwards and the far legs underneath the pose.
Oh, that's
then
neat, Alex.
I cut out a side view of the dinosaur at the size I want to make
Very
this
cool.
maquette. And
See, it
using
doesn't
a
have to be
wire, I
high
can
tech.
hold the
Doesn't have to be
angle
expensive.
of the spine, and then cut pieces for the broad back of the dinosaur and the sides going down. Everything is held together with a hot glue gun.
Yeah, nice.
And then the width of the tail.
Super cool.
Glue on his legs on the side, and now I have a framework to apply the modeling compound. I can't use...
Wait, and Dino Wolf says, why do some people call nodosaurs an ankylosaurid and others don't? Those are different, Dino Wolf, yeah. Nodosaurids and ankylosaurids are two different families of ankylosaur. So ankylosaurids typically have a tail club, and nodosaurids have no tail club. That's how you can remember. They're two different clades. There you go. Nodosaurids and ankylosaurids. So you've got Euplacephalus up top, Sauropelta down below. There's also Struthiosaurs and what's the other group? Anyway, Jim would know. He's, Jim's an ankylosaur expert, one of the world authorities on these critters. But, usually the way that you can tell is that ankylosaurids are ankylosaurs that have a tail club. Nodosaurids are ankylosaurs that have no tail club. Yeah. And CAD, cardboard aided design. Isn't that cool? Magister X? Yeah. And we will do your Monoclonia / Centrosaurus in a minute or two, Steely Dan. Thank you for that. Thank you for that redeem there.
Use an oven hardening compound because that would melt the glue. So I need to use an air dry sculpting material that I can apply to the surface of the cardboard base. The capture holes help to secure the material to the outside of the surface.
Smart. This is all very kinesthetic, very hands-on.
It's really made for kids. It's quick to dry, inexpensive, and easy to use. The actual
I basically do this same kind of process, but just with digital software instead. I sculpt the thing digitally, and then I can manipulate it in there, and then I can 3D print it if I really want to hold it in my hands.
Made for kids. It's quick to dry, inexpensive, and easy to use. The actual fossil, which comes from Canada, has beautiful detail in the spikes, the skin surface,
detail.
And of course the bones inside.
Yep.
And for this maquette, I'm just
Exquisite.
going to start by sculpting the base without the spikes. And then I can add the spikes later after this is all dried and painted.
Very nice. And Ark, I got sucked into Twitch. How are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. I haven't seen you here before. Fellow students in their finals week before finals. Well, there will be no exam about this, just so you know. So you can afford to relax a little bit. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Let me know if you've got any questions about the fossil record, extinction, evolution, the history of life on Earth, or dinosaurs in particular, because that's what I study and what I publish on, and what I dig up, dinosaurs. And I have Jack's Facts to thank. Well, thank you, Jack's Facts, for recommending me. Good to have you here, Arg. Good to have you here. Yeah. But yeah.
I'll paint this using a light acrylic gray color. And then when that dries,
very neutral,
I can apply the pointed spikes with a 2-part epoxy modeling compound.
Nice. Very cool.
Having these actual 3-dimensional forms, even if they're fairly crudely sculpted, will give me a lot of information about highlights, shadows, and textural details.
Smart.
That I'd have a real hard time making up if I was just working out of my imagination.
Yep. There's a reason why James Gurney's work feels so real, like you could reach out and touch it, and it's because he's working from physical models like this usually. It gives everything a certain kind of depth and weight and texture. There's this wonderful realism about his work, and you can see how he achieves that. There's a lot of work that goes into that, obviously. There's no shortcuts here.
Now, holding the maquette in front of me, I can draw it in on the surface of a heavyweight illustration board using a graphite pencil. And then I can use acrylic paint in liquid form to block in the image before going to oil.
Yeah, very nice. Anyway, we're getting into the actual paint part, and That's where he loses me a little bit, because I don't work in physical media anymore. Not like that. Not for 2D art. All my stuff is digital. So I have neither the space nor the money to be able to make physical media like that work for me. But yeah. Yeah. Drabingnophyte says, are we sure ankylosaurs didn't have feathers? We're not sure any dinosaurs didn't have feathers, Drabingnophyte. No. We're not 100% sure. Maybe they had some sort of a fuzzy covering on certain parts of their body. But there's never been an ankylosaur that's like 100% mummified with all of its skin preserved or anything. Yeah. He didn't buy toy dinosaurs. They're scientific models. Well, I mean, some are scientific models. Calling them toys almost seems doesn't do them justice. But anyway, let's you know, for instance, this is already packed up, but I would be showing it to you on camera if it weren't. This is that same dinosaur that James Gurney was painting there, Borealopelta. This is a plastic model that you can buy from PNSO. It is exquisitely detailed, accurate in just about every way that they could make it, including the coloration. I maybe would have made it slightly more brightly colored, a little more orangey, but we know that the animal was kind of a rusty, almost rufous, reddish brown, or even orange on top, and much lighter underneath, because the original fossil was so well preserved that it even has preserved melanosomes, the color cells in the skin. Exquisite, exquisite specimen. And yeah, they make really extraordinary models, Lenina. Really, really excellent. PNSO does fantastic work. Yeah. From their Spinosaurids to their Dinochirids to their Hadrosaurs. Really, really excellent stuff. They're very good at what they do. Here's Acrocanthosaurus there for Lenina. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah. And make away. No, that's not Ankylosaurus, but it is a kind of ankylosaur. So Ankylosauria is a big group of dinosaurs. There's a bunch of different ankylosaurs. Ankylosaurus was one of the first ones to be named. But there are a bunch of different ankylosaurs. Different shapes and sizes, different armor patterns. Tail clubs or no tail clubs, and there's some really old illustrations of some. But yeah, and there's a beautiful Ankylosaurus right there, or very similar. It's an Ankylosaurid. That might be, I forget who that one is. Yeah, yeah. They're cool critters, Ankylosaurs. Pretty neat. Good stuff. Good stuff. Now, let's talk about another dinosaur here. For Steely Dan. Let's talk a little bit about the first dinosaur to ever be discovered that had cancer. Centrosaurus. It's an interesting dinosaur. Monoclonius may or may not be the same thing. But Centrosaurus. One of the better known of all dinosaurs, I should say. But this is super interesting here. Talk about this sometimes. Malignant cancer diagnosed in a dinosaur for the first time. This is a Centrosaurus specimen. The fibula right there has got a huge tumor on it. Everything in yellow here is tumor. It's not a tumor. No, it is a tumor. This should be like a long, straight, kind of skinny bone, but you've got this crazy yellow, malignant, cancerous growth on it. And this comes from a bone bed Take a look at this. I have a clip for you.
The fertile wheat fields of Alberta, Canada, are scarred by a geological feature known as the Badlands.
Yeah. So this is returning to a topic that we were discussing earlier. Like, why is Western North America, the Rocky Mountain region of the United States and Southern Canada, why is this such a wonderful place for finding dinosaur fossils? Well, sometimes we get really lucky, and you've got these just massive coulees. It's almost like a big, broad canyon in the middle of a wheat field, where you've got all kinds of beautiful exposed rock from just the right age to contain dinosaur fossils.
The fertile wheat fields of Alberta, Canada, are scarred by a geological feature known as the Badlands.
Yeah.
Embedded in each layer are millions of years of dinosaur history. The region is a magnet to paleontologists like Philip Curry, assistant director of the Tyrrell Museum.
There's Phil Curry again. We saw him earlier talking about T-Rex.
The first dinosaur skeleton was discovered in this region. And very quickly, Alberta became well known as a place to go to collect good articulated dinosaur skeletons.
And collect them they did. By the turn of the century, tons of specimens had been crated and shipped to museums.
Yep.
Since 1980, Curry and his team have excavated a single bone bed containing hundreds of dinosaurs, all of the same species.
Preserved skin. That one had some skin there. This is Centrosaurus.
Is trying to reconstruct what happened.
The best interpretation we have right now is that a herd of Centrosaurus was traveling through this particular region 75 million years ago or so, and that these animals tried to cross a river in flood. Now, crossing a river in flood is normally not a problem for any animal as long as they're going as individuals. But as soon as they start moving in herds, and very large herds at that, then they start running into problems.
And hang on a sec. Lilithobo says Canada doesn't have nationalized fossils like the States have? It's the opposite, Lilithobo. No. In Canada, dinosaur fossils belong to the people. They need to be in a museum. In the United States, it all comes down to land ownership. Whoever owns the land owns the fossils. So if it's public land, then it belongs to we the people. It belongs in a museum. If it's on private land, then it's up to the private landowner to do whatever they would like with them, you know? They could keep them, they could sell them, they could donate to the museum, they could blow them up with dynamite, whatever, you know? Oh, like in the States, they have their own state fossil. I don't know if provinces in Canada have... Are there official provincial fossils? Like an honorary... You know, like, oh, well, the provincial fossil of Alberta is the Albertosaurus or something. Is that a thing or no? Yeah. I think there's one crustacean. Okay. Nice.
A herd of wildebeest in Africa is a chilling analogy.
Ugh.
Crossing a river by the thousands, they often get tangled in confusion and panic. Many drown.
That's probably what happened with the Centrosaurus,
The
too.
geology of the Alberta Badlands reveals this region was once the site of an ancient river. It is here that a herd of centrosaurs attempted a crossing.
Yep.
Like the wildebeest,
interesting, Lola.
some probably panicked, got in each other's way, and drowned.
Ugh.
Their bodies washed downstream and collected on the riverbank.
Now, we have evidence for what happened next because a lot of the bones in the Centrosaurus bone bed are fractured like this. They have these nice spiral fractures on them. And normally you don't get this unless the bone is fresh, and this indicates that these animals were probably trampled. In addition to that, we found large numbers of theropod teeth.
Oh, that is a Greg Paul illustration.
Second most
Miyuki,
common
yeah,
type
you're right.
of animal in the bone bed. There was a tremendous variety of them. Carnivorous
Look at those serrations. You can actually see them there on the edge. Those serrations, almost like you have on a steak knife. It's tiny little serrations on there. That cutting edge there.
dinosaurs, like modern carnivorous mammals, probably were active carnivores most of the time. But when there was a readily available source of carcasses, they almost certainly turned into scavengers as well. And that's not unusual now as then. The best evidence, though, comes from the bone fragments themselves. And if you look at this one, for example, you can see where a tooth has
There you go.
gone across and sawn the edge of the bone. And in fact, here we can even see little serrations, which are on the back of the tooth. And
Xiphodont tooth, exactly. I was in it.
sheared the flesh off the bone. And when we find tooth marks like these all over these bone fragments, and there's no question at all that these things have been eaten by these large carnivorous dinosaurs.
Some birds before Thursday
Today,
Birds
the
Day. huh?
scavengers are birds, and a new bone bed may be in the making. It is an unending cycle, an age-old story that gives us dramatic insight into the history of life on Earth. The Centrosaur bone bed has contributed much to our understanding of a single event. But Curry believes this mass death is part of a larger story.
The evidence from the Centrosaurus bone bed is starting to build into something much bigger because in conjunction with some of the footprint sites that we know about, the nesting dinosaur sites in southern Alberta and Montana, and other types of bone beds that we're finding, we're getting an overall picture now that dinosaurs were moving in large herds very frequently. Now, this doesn't mean that all dinosaurs were doing that, but certainly a large number of species were.
And hang on. Wait, Claire, you were wondering about those. Those were marabou storks, I believe. Those ones right here. Marabou storks.
Are birds.
Yeah.
And a new bone bed.
We've watched videos about them before. Some people consider them very ugly birds, but, you know, got an important role in the ecosystem, just like just about everybody else. Yeah. Yeah.
Is starting to build into something much bigger because in conjunction with some of the footprint sites that we know about, the nesting dinosaur sites in southern Alberta and Montana, and other types of bone beds that we're finding, we're getting an overall picture now that dinosaurs were moving in large herds very frequently. Now, this doesn't mean that all dinosaurs were doing that, but certainly a large number of species were. One has to come to several conclusions by looking at these different lines of evidence. And first of all, that the dinosaurs were going to the same general areas every year, year after year.
There's a Brunton, exactly, Eric. Yeah.
Lay their eggs, and they would stay around there until the young were old enough that they could join the herd and go on the move themselves. So there's this parental care aspect to all these lines of evidence. Secondly, you have to wonder why dinosaurs would collect in such large herds. And I think that the strongest line of evidence right now is that dinosaurs were in fact migrating animals.
We do have a good amount of evidence to suggest this now, yeah.
The dinosaurs may well have migrated in vast numbers across the landscape of the ancient world. If so, it must have been a breathtaking spectacle.
Like wildebeest, but bigger and cooler. Yeah, good stuff. So that's Centrosaurus there. As we often do with a deep dive, let's take a look at the original publication describing this critter. And just gonna look up Centrosaurus here on Wikipedia first, real quick. Centrosaurus, there we go. Figure out what year it was described. 1904 by Lawrence Lamb. So let's go ahead and look that up in my literature folder here. And nope, wrong folder. Where's my PDF library? There we go. So, Lamb, 1904. let's find that original publication here so you can see the first time that Centrosaurus was ever published on in the scientific literature. And there we go. The first publication of Centrosaurus, July 1904, from the Ottawa Naturalist. On the squamoso-parietal crest of two species of horned dinosaur from the Cretaceous of Alberta. 2 dinosaurs published in the same paper. You don't see that all that often nowadays. From the former presented by the crest with hooked processes, the generic term Centrosaurus is proposed, and the name Apertus, in reference to the large fontanelles, we call those fenestrae now, is deemed an appropriate one for the species. Very nice. Do we have any illustrations, or is just... Oh, that we do. Lovely. So yeah, you've got these big epiossifications right there on the parietals. These big, like, hooks. Right now you're looking at the frill, but you're looking at it upside down. This is the top here, and this is the, you know, part closer to the eyes. The bottom, I guess. Yeah. Pretty cool. Illustrations back then were, well, printing technology wasn't as advanced as it is today, and they didn't have digital stuff, so this is sometimes as good as it would get for publications, for the illustrations in them. But there you go, that is the original Centrosaurus publication. We've got more specimens of Centrosaurus than almost any other dinosaur at this point. In the dozens, if not the hundreds. The ones from that bone bed, like I showed you in the clip earlier, are all jumbled up. They are not really articulated, as far as I understand. Those bones were scattered all over the place, and that is where the, you know, tumor bone came from. That femur with the big cancerous growth on it. Interesting stuff. Yeah. In this cladogram, it comes out next to Coronosaurus and Spinops. Huh. And the Centrosaurini. Nice. Yeah, cool stuff. And there is another illustration of these guys crossing a river. I guess being sent into a panic by that lurking Tyrannosaur. Interesting stuff. But yeah, and here's the one with the cancer. The cancer would have resulted in a severe limp that would have made the ceratopsian more vulnerable to predation. However, the fact that it was part of a herd allowed the Centrosaurus to survive much longer than would be expected for an animal infected with such a severe disease. The individual itself is believed to have died from drowning in the flash flood that created the Centrosaurus bone bed. We don't know if it's a flash flood. Maybe it was just a river crossing that went awry. Yeah. So, I don't know, the idea that this animal had, like, that one individual had some pretty severe cancer on its femur bone, and it still managed to survive, not get killed by a predator, instead died by drowning, along with a bunch of other Centrosaurus comrades. That's kind of some evidence that these were really tough animals, I guess. Able to survive even when, like, your femur is just inflamed by cancer like that. Not femur, sorry, fibula. Pretty nuts. That's pretty interesting to think about. Like, dinosaurs would have been pretty tough customers. Very, very resilient creatures, it seems. Yeah. Anyway. Good stuff. And it lived with that cancerous growth for a long time? Absolutely, Charlie's Dragon, and that's not what killed it, which is really interesting. So there you go. So, that's Centrosaurus. Let's talk a little bit about Monoclonius here too, which may or may not be the same dinosaur. Monoclonius meaning single sprout. I think that's in reference to the single-rooted teeth, not to its one nose horn, contrary to popular belief. It was named by E.D. Cope back in 1876. Much taxonomic confusion was caused by the discovery of Centrosaurus, a very similar genus of ceratopsian that is known from much better remains. Today, typical monoclonius specimens are usually believed to be juvenile Centrosaurus or subadults, in many cases of other genera such as Centrosaurus. The specimens that remain under the name monoclonius are mostly too incomplete or immature to be confidently matched with adult specimens from the same time and place. Yeah. Monoclonius is often considered a nomen dubium now, pending further study. So a nomen dubium is basically like, it's a name that's doubtful. It's like, well, we can't really tell if this animal is actually a unique thing. It's not based on good enough material. It's just kind of a kind of name. The name itself might be a really good name, but the material that it's based on is not diagnostic enough. It's not good enough material to be able to say, like, yes, for sure, this is a new species. Sometimes it's really crummy material, and so any names that get applied to it become nomen dubia. Yeah. Like Steve, I doubt my name is really Steve. There you go, Gimpleg. Yeah, sure. And a dubious name, exactly, Hylocomium. Yeah. Anyway. And hey, Tactile 3D Picture, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. Yeah. And Arg, that's really cute. That's really cute. Yeah. And Hylocomium says, do we know how common it is for animals to live with cancers like that today? I think it'd be pretty rare in mammals. I don't know, when I think of that, of this grievous injury on this poor dinosaur, even dinosaurs had cancer. Of course they did. But this, to me, suggests that it kind of reminds me of like pigeons that you sometimes see in the city today. And they might be like missing an eye or like missing a whole leg or something. Or like their toes are all messed up or something like that. And yet they can still make a living. They can still survive in that environment. The pigeons, like Centrosaurus, are also dinosaurs. Pigeons are theropod dinosaurs, not ornithischian dinosaurs, but those are tough critters too. You don't often see a squirrel that's like, you know, missing a leg running around or missing an eye or something. Dinosaurs, including birds, might just be kind of more resilient in that regard. I think cancer might be, I don't know, I'm speculating kind of wildly here, but cancer might just be more deadly to mammals than it was to non-avian dinosaurs or to avian dinosaurs today. Mammals are fragile, says Claire Burr. I mean, in some ways, yeah. Yeah. Hylocomium says, I wonder if bird/reptile tissue growth rates are different from mammals, such that they can live longer with tumors and other tissue issues. A lot of birds grow faster than a lot of modern mammals. So yeah, I don't know if it's a growth rate thing. I'm not sure. That's a good question. We do know that a lot of dinosaurs would have grown extraordinarily fast. So yeah, it's not like they'd be resistant to cancer because they're slower growing or anything, because they certainly weren't. Yeah. Allosaurs are pretty fragilous. Very funny gameplay.
Utah raptors, the most dangerous dinosaur around.
Patrick Pirate, thank you for the 34 months. Holy cow. Thank you for that, Patrick Pirate. How are ya? How are things? I hope they're really good. Welcome back. Yeah. Yeah. You're exhausted? Sorry to hear that. Well, I hope you're in a place where you can relax right now, Patch. It's good to have you here. Welcome back. 2 assignments in this awful bioinformatics class. is done. Nice, Patch. I'm glad that's done. I'm glad that's done. Welcome back. Yeah. And Waterdrop says, like, birds are quite fast to grow to adult state. How about dinosaurs? Would it be closer to birds or elephants? Kind of in between. So dinosaurs had a lot more growing to do than birds. They're not done in a few months like a lot of birds are. But they still grew extraordinarily fast. So let's take a look at this. This is a colleague of mine. I was in Montana at the same time as Holly Woodward. And this is the sort of thing she studies, is histology.
Paleohistology is the study of fossil bone microstructure. And in order to take a look at this microstructure, you start with a fossil bone, say the leg bone of a dinosaur, and you take a slice out of the bone, and then you polish that bone really thin, about 100 microns in thickness, and then you're able to put that under the microscope, and light can pass through it, and you can take a look at those structures. What you see when you take a look through the microscope...
Not to criticize Holly at all about this, wouldn't do that. Just this is an odd juxtaposition that you've got this white lab coat, which is like this symbol of you know, like, you know, scientific authority and like, yes, we are doing proper science here. Look at my authoritative white coat. And then you've got this ridiculous sports logo right there on it. And it's like, drinking football. You know, it's just a really weird juxtaposition. A bizarre combination of different things. Just opposing one another, you know? Strange.
Light can pass through it, and you can take a look at those structures. What you see when you take a look through the microscope are...
There you go, Waterdrop. Yeah.
Holes where blood vessels used to be, pits where the bone-secreting cells used to live, and also bone fiber orientation. So all of this detail is preserved, just like the fossil bone is preserved with all its detail. These minute details are also preserved, and we can learn a lot about...
Nuclear Cowboy says school logo, not just football. Really? That's the school logo? Oklahoma State. Okay. It looks like a sports logo. A school logo, I don't know. That's not the right feel for a school logo. I don't know. Yeah.
This is it. This is the horizon which marks the extinction of the dinosaurs. Below this level, out in here, there are dinosaur fossils. Above this level, in these rocks, there are no dinosaur fossils. So I'm actually standing on the level that marks the extinction of the dinosaurs.
Welcome, welcome.
Michelle_go_fast and their 9 raiders have stumbled below that level. Let's talk dinosaurs.
Michelle Go Fast, thank you for the follow and for the raid. I really appreciate that. And Milier, hello to you too. Aruma, hello to you also. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's great to have you here. Holy cow. I wish my office were a little bit more full right now, but I'm in the process of moving to a new apartment and a new office. So, yeah, but anyway, welcome to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. So you are probably pretty clever folks. You probably know already that a paleontologist is a fossil scientist. I work on dinosaur fossils in particular. That's dinosaur paleontologist. But I'm really glad you're here. Michelle Go Fast, how was your stream? And Milier, thank you for the follow too. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. How did the stream go? I want to hear about it, if you wouldn't mind sharing. And welcome, welcome to Paleontologizing. We're talking about dinosaur growth right now.
occupied every corner of that world.
And Ken, thank you.
Thanks to @a_truck_horn for my sub gift.
I appreciate you being here, Ken, and I appreciate you at Truckhorn for gifting Ken there. That is excellent. Thank you, Truckhorn. Welcome back, Ken. How are things? I hope they're good. Yeah. And really good. We played Mario Kart. Very nice, Michelle Go Fast. Sorry, I won't do the accent. Mario Kart, very nice. I hope you didn't get hit with any Chelonian creatures' shells. No carapaces nor plastrons of any testudine creature. No turtle shells, I hope, hit you. It's good to have you here, Michelle. Thank you again for the raid. And mongrel tooth. That's an Allosaurus skull behind you? You are correct about this. Yes. Let me show you. This is my 3D printed Allosaurus skull. Yeah. Allosaurus fragilis. The most common big meat-eating dinosaur from the Morrison Formation, the late Jurassic of North America. Normally I'd have a bunch more other 3D prints here in my office, like in this big blank spot back here. But I had to take some of those down and pack them up last night because I'm moving to another apartment. And yeah, but sharp eyes there, mongrel tooth. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Sounds like you're in the right place. I'm impressed you didn't just immediately jump to T-Rex. No, that's Allosaurus there. Those big lacrimal crests right here. Those kind of narrow blade-like teeth. I could name a bunch of other features, but it's Allosaurus. You can tell based on how it is. And thank you, Tinker Toy, for those 5 gift subs there. I really do appreciate that, Tinker Toy.
Tinker Toy 701
thank you.
wants ukulele with those 5 gift subs.
Thank you for those 5 gift subs. There's now 5 people in chat. Don't have to worry about any ads for the next month. Thank you, Tinker Toy. Thanks for supporting Science Outreach here on Twitch. Yeah. And Michelle Go Fast says, me and my daughters love dinosaurs. Well, you are in the right place, Michelle Go Fast. Welcome, welcome. And let me know if you've got any questions. Like, a gamer's diary wants to know, what is your favorite dinosaur and why? Well, I've got a few favorite dinosaurs. Should we talk about them? We can talk about a few of them. Here, I can show you one of them. It's right there. It's called Trirarchuncus. So it's what we call an alvarezsaur, like Mononychus. These are small, two-legged dinosaurs. Very close to birds. In fact, when they were first discovered, they were kind of thought to maybe be birds. And the jury's still kind of out on that. They're so close to birds that we're not 100% sure, is it just a very bird-like dinosaur? Or is it legitimately a bird that's just... Yeah, anyway. But they've got these really short forelimbs with these big, heavy claws like this. Just one big claw on each hand. That's where the name Mononychus comes from. But this guy's printed about 1/2 to 1/3 size. This is Trirarchuncus prairiensis. This is a dinosaur very near and dear to my heart because it's...
This is really not what paleontology is like.
Cynthia, thank you for the follow. Welcome. This is one of my, well, one of my dinosaurs. In the sense that I'm one of the authors on the original descriptive paper for this critter. So when you look up Trirarchuncus, you will see my name on the author list for the original paper. This is the very last of the alvarezsaurs, the last one of these guys before the asteroid hits. Lived about 66 million years ago in the Hell Creek Formation of Montana. Lived alongside T-Rex, Triceratops, and the name Trirarchuncus means Captain Hook. My old crew chief gave it that name because of those hook-like claws on the front. Yeah. How are you sure you didn't just miss the arm bones? Because we've got a bunch of examples of these guys from around the world, and they all look like this. I'll show you. Yeah. Well, let's... Probably wondering what those claws are for, too. Let's watch this little video again because it's a good one.
Mononychus is a desert specialist.
So this is a guy from Mongolia, Mononychus. And this really kind of helped us to understand what this group of animals looked like. Mononychus might actually be a direct ancestor of Triarchunkus, because it's from slightly before in time. And at the time there was, around this time there was a land bridge between Asia and North America. So you've got a lot of dinosaurs walking back and forth across that land bridge. Could have been that this guy, or a very close relative, walked across and evolved into Triarchunkus. Yeah, they are super cute, saggy iguana. They really are.
Such hypersensitive directional hearing gives her a mental map of this hollow log.
And there you go.
Within.
Breedub, yeah. So I think these are insect-eating dinosaurs.
She now uses the weapon that gives this hunter its name. Mononychus. Single giant claw. Just what she needs to open a termite's nest.
Yeah, that sound effect, clever.
And she has another special piece of equipment. A flexible tongue twice the length of her head. An excellent protein-packed meal, if only termites weren't quite so irritating.
Anyway, lovely animal. That's from Prehistoric Planet, which I would highly recommend. Check it out. But that's one of my favorite dinosaurs because, well, I'm one of the authors on the original descriptive paper for that critter. Check it out. Triarchunkus. Meaning Captain Hook. So you scroll down to the references here. Denver Fowler, that's my old crew chief. Jack Wilson, actually discovered one of the claws that actually allowed us to name this critter because it was really diagnostic. And then, yep, there's me on the author list of this publication in the journal Cretaceous Research. Yeah. So good stuff. That's one of my favorite dinosaurs for obvious reasons, I guess. And, but I've got a few others. It's really difficult to pick just one favorite. In fact, I'd say it's next to impossible. So, yeah. And there you go, saggy iguana, yeah. But yeah. Yeah. A cool critter. A cool critter. And uppermost Maastrichtian right before Kablamo, exactly, Eric, yeah. Yeah. And yeah, Martin Lockley's passing. Mommy does. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Saggy Iguana says, Danny, what is the origins of your last name? It's derived from a word in Spanish, and its origins are kind of hazy. Because it got changed around a bit during the immigration process, moving to the United States. Yeah. Anyway, and King of the Nerds says, question, is there any common relation between that creature and the anteater? Or is that more of a thing with long-necked creatures, herbivores? So this is a dinosaur. Triarchunkus and Mononychus are dinosaurs. Anteaters are mammals, so they're completely unrelated. I'll show you. Let's pull up our good old Tree of Life here. And let's look up Archosauria. This is a really, really cool Tree of Life, but unfortunately it doesn't have extinct animals, because it's just too much. They would not work if they also had to include extinct animals. So dinosaurs would be nested within this. Birds, turtles, and crocodilians. Birds are living dinosaurs, but since this tree only really has living species, the non-bird dinosaurs are not in here. But if they were, they'd be right here, in birds, turtles, and crocodilians. Now, in order to get to anteaters, you gotta go way out from here. You've got to go away from the sauropsids, all the way back to amniotes, and then into mammals. And then from mammals, you go to therian mammals, placental mammals, not into Boroeutheria. Almost took a wrong turn there. I think they're within Atlantogenata. Yeah. Yep, giant anteater. So let's go find them. They should be within Xenarthra, which should be... They're not Afrotheres. There we go. Armadillos, anteaters, and sloths. Armadillos, sloths, anteaters. There we go. Yeah. There's only 4 living species of anteater? Holy cow. Yeah. But yeah, so these guys are nowhere close to dinosaurs. They're mammals. Yeah. Oh, but also since the insect eaters are a common evolution trait, I was wondering about that. Yeah, King of the Nerds, great question. Great question. Insightful question. There's a kind of anteater called a silky anteater. And they've got a very similar kind of claw. Like, weirdly similar. Take a look. This is kind of a goofy video.
Man, monkey's got it made. A prehensile tail? I want me one of those. Someone tell that monkey I want a prehensile tail too. Wait, that's no monkey. It's not even a primate. It's the silky anteater, the most adorable of its insect-eating kind. If it looks
they also have one big claw.
That's because it is. Sleepy, I mean. The silky anteater is a nocturnal hunter, so it's a bit out of sorts here in the daylight. But at night, it makes its way through the trees hunting for Cheetos.
Yep.
I jest, of course. It's ants. Using those big claws, it rips open bark to get at the colony within, snatching up the ants with its long, sticky tongue.
It's so happy to be alive. We could all learn something from the silky anteater.
So the ants don't have a chance to overwhelm it with bites and stings.
Yeah.
It only manages to snatch 1% of the ants in a colony. The silky anteater has its own predators to worry about as well. Enter the harpy eagle.
Oof.
Perhaps the
oh
world's
boy.
most formidable raptor.
Yeah, they can crush a monkey's skull.
With a wingspan of 6.5 feet.
Oof.
It can snatch an anteater right out of a tree, no problem. Which is why the silky limits its movements to the evening hours. So stay safe, little one, and maybe consider some Visine.
Yeah, they are really cool critters. There we go. And yeah, just one big claw. I think it might be their thumb claw. It better be, like it is for Alvarezsaurs. For Mononychus and Trurarchunkus and their relatives. Yeah. So it's interesting. These guys evolved from an ancestor that walked on all fours. So these guys still walk on all fours. Our insect-eating dinosaurs, Trurarchunkus, Mononychus, and other Alvarezsaurs, they evolved from two-legged ancestors. From fast-running two-legged ancestors. So they're already on that track, and they stuck with it. They've got 2 legs for running real fast. So even though these animals are probably eating very similar foods, and they've got very similar forelimbs, their overall body plan is way different. Because they came from totally different ancestors. It's interesting to think about, you know? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. So good insight there, King of the Nerds. Appreciate you. Anyway. One more silky anteater video.
Hey,
Oh.
Dr. Dante here. I have a special rainforest mammal that I want to share with you. It's a silky anteater. These guys are real shy. Not uncommon, but they live up high. They spend their lives in the canopy, and we don't get to see them that often. This one was down low this morning, and I just wanted to share it with you. They
Are
sleep
they called
by
silky?
day
Because they're
and
very
then
soft.
spend their nights ripping apart ant mounds and eating ants. I really like these guys. This one's got about a third again, larger to get before it's an adult size, and you can see they've just got a beautiful sheen to their fur.
Yeah. One of the reasons why they're called silky anteaters. Oh, trying to jump on the camera. They're not very good at jumping.
Have a good day.
We are, thank you. Yeah. Good stuff. Silky anteaters, really neat. There's actually, I would like to do, write a really simple paper at one point, at some point in the near future, comparing the claws of these guys to those of silky anteaters. And Saggy Iguana says, Danny, do you get a chance to interact with wild animals? Sometimes, but not very often. I live in a city, you know? So the animals that I'm encountering on a daily basis are mostly domesticated. Cats and dogs. You know, sometimes pigeons, birds outside, that sort of thing. Yeah. And aren't dinosaurs wild animals? They are, but they're, you know, if I'm studying them, that usually means that they're dead. So they're not as wild as they used to be, you know? Yeah. And King of the Nerds says, since there are only 4 different species of anteaters alive, does that mean that it is sort of a dead end for evolution? Perhaps it's an issue of competing for the same amount of resources as the other insect eaters? I mean, part of it is also just, well, they are a very specialized group. And when you're highly specialized, sometimes that leads to, you know, you're not going to have a lot of, you're not going to be very numerous in your environment. You're not going to be super widespread, and so the chances for speciation, for like evolving new species, there's not as much of that, you know? But also, habitat destruction has driven, I think, a number of anteater species into extinction within the Pleistocene. I think there used to be more species of anteater a few thousand years ago. I'm not positive about that, but I think that's the case. But also, eating insects, there's a lot of other mammals that do that. So like pangolins, which are sometimes called spiny anteaters, they also feed on insects. Yeah. Here. Pangolin eating big ants. Yeah. So this is not an anteater. It's from a different group of mammals called pangolins. But they've got similar morphologies to anteaters. They evolved that totally independently. They have also got that long, sticky tongue. They've got short, powerful arms with big claws on them. Yeah. We'll be doing a pangolin stream. In February for World Pangolin Day.
He's rolling in manure to get all the parasites, the fleas and the ticks and everything off him.
What a cool animal. They're so neat.
Yeah.
Rolling. Here you go, Steely Dan, yeah. Yeah, they are really neat animals. And here's a black-bellied pangolin feeding. This is one from Southeast Asia, I believe. It's kind of hard to like get a sense for what they look like when you just see them curled up or feeding like this, but I'll show you a giant pangolin walking around. Yeah. Yeah, take a look at this. There's a pangolin right there. Very cool critters. They're really neat. Yeah, so these guys are... They used to be thought to be closely related to, like, aardvarks, anteaters, sloths. Turns out aardvarks are way on the other side of the mammal family tree. Aardvarks are closer to elephants. And these guys are actually closer to carnivorans. So they're more closely related to, like, dogs and cats and bears than they are to anteaters or sloths. So here's anteaters right here. We're going to jump from them to pangolins. Pholidota is the group name. Zoom! Man, that went way too fast. But they're related to carnivorans. Lions and tigers and bears. Oh my. Pangolins are right over there. Pretty close to the ancestor of the carnivorans. But yeah. Anyway, and pangolin scales are used in old Chinese medicine. Well, they're not actually old Chinese medicines, but yeah. Nor are they medicines, nor are they Chinese. Yeah. Don't get me started on Chinese traditional medicine, because it's neither traditional, nor is it Chinese, nor is it medicine. It's like a modern day scam. It's a racket, Gojira. Yeah, yeah. Anyway, you can't convince me, Mister. Those aren't dragons. Well, they're. I mean, you could say whatever you like, but these are pangolins. They are mammals. They're not fictional like dragons, you know. Unless we're talking about other dragons, like let me show you a real dragon over here. A bearded dragon. Or good old Varanus komodoensis. The Komodo dragon. Or how about genus Phycodurus? Way over there within ray-finned fishes. This one's pretty well nested in there. The leafy sea dragon. Or if you like, the ruby sea dragon or the weedy sea dragon. Yeah. It's 420 somewhere. Or if we want to go way far afield, another kind of dragon. And sea dragons are related to seahorses. They are. Yeah, Das Collective, yeah. Yeah. They're related to seahorses and pipefish. When HD and HB says if it doesn't breathe fire, is it really a dragon? I don't know of any dragons that breathe fire. Maybe especially not. Snapdragons. They might breathe pollen. Well, I guess they breathe carbon. Huh. Or they breathe it in and then they dispel oxygen. Expel oxygen. And King of the Nerds, I don't know if I do a stream about that because there's so much like real science to talk about that I don't know. Maybe at some point in the future. But I sometimes get kind of frustrated when people are like so much more excited about fictional stuff than like the real life, you know, amazing living things that actually share our planet with us, you know? I'm much more excited about an actual hedgehog than I am about Sonic the Hedgehog, like we were talking about yesterday, you know? Does that make sense? I don't know. You know what I'm realizing too? Speaking of this kind of thing, about appreciating the natural world, and taking time to, you know, make sure that we go out and experience it. I think it's about time for Thursday Birdsday to start. What do you think, chat? You ready for the beginning of Thursday Birdsday here? I say let's get into it. It's like clockwork, or like, I don't know, Green Herring just could smell the Thursday Birdsday through the inner tubes. The interwebs. Here we go. Thursday Birdsday, starting now.
Hold on, something's coming out of here. Look, there's a bird, dude. It knows what's good. I'm telling you, I just heard it inside.
I don't care if Monday's blue, Tuesday's gray and Wednesday too. Thursday, I don't care about you. It's Thursday.
Thursday Birdsday.
Birds are all around us in everyday life. But most of the time we hardly even notice them. Thursday Birdsday is a step toward correcting this oversight. Do you want to be part of Thursday Birdsday?
I don't know.
Here's how you can contribute. Go outside during the week and pay special attention to the birds around you. See if you can take a picture of a bird. It doesn't have to be a good picture, any old photo will do. Upload the picture to the Discord and we will discuss it on Thursday. Simple as that. Thursday Birdsday is an invitation to go outside and appreciate the grandeur of the natural world. It's a reminder that, since birds are theropods, dinosaurs still enrich our daily lives.
It's great!
And finally, it's a celebration of the amazing history of life on our planet. So, happy Thursday Birdsday!
Well, well, well. And George from New York, thank you for the 17 months of support there, George. And Sothi Saint Going Well, thank you for the 16 months. Holy cow. Do I appreciate that? Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. Very good stuff. Holy moly. Excellent. Yeah. And that's Starling at the beginning, though? Oh, yeah. Argue, you bet. Let's get into Thursday Birdsday here. Let's see some of these bird photos that people have posted. It's been a couple weeks. I mean, we had the ultimate Thursday Birdsday yesterday, didn't we? Or not yesterday, last week. Thanksgiving Day. But let's see here. We saw these ones last time. Let's get into these. Neilf might have the first one there. From last week. We've got a lot of Thursday Birdsday birds to go over. Shoot. I'm glad we started a little bit early, so we could be on time for our Raid to Science streams in a couple hours. But, or in an hour and a half or whatever. Neilf! It's got some beautiful brown pelicans here. These are they've got some of the biggest wingspans of any North American bird. And that is a lovely photo. Look at these. Pelicans are such cool animals. They really are. Very nice there, Neil. Very nice. Do these only arrive in the winter where you live, Neil? That's cool. And yeah, wide boys indeed, Caterpiggle. Jurassic Park birds. Yeah, these are the final dinosaurs to appear on screen in the 1993 film Jurassic Park. Brown pelicans. They're also the only real dinosaurs in that film. Like, they actually filmed real dinosaurs, you know? Yeah. Yeah. And they hang out here from May to October, so cool, Gojira. Cool. We've got them here year-round where I live. I just saw some pelicans this morning, actually, which is really neat. Yeah, on the California coast. And Joel has got some terns here. Terns. Look at them. I wonder if these are Forster's terns? But very cool. I like terns a lot. Yeah. Could they be Arctic terns? And they face into the wind, says Claire Burr? I mean, maybe they do. They've got such a big honking beak on them that, like, it kind of makes sense that they face into the wind so they don't get their heads whipped around by the wind. Yeah. Remember last time we did that? Oh, we did this one last time, Claire Burr? Oh yeah, shoot, you're right, we did. Let's continue. Oh yeah, we're talking about the Gallus. Yeah. Says people like the Gala. Here's another local parrot. Something a bit more native to the region. The musk lorikeet. The one in the foreground can't speak properly. Sounds like someone pumping a bike pump with their finger over the outlet instead of the usual parrot squeaky warbles its flock makes. It seems happy, healthy, and content, though. That is really cute. I like when there's, you know, some individual variation there, you know? Yeah. Call that a bike? Caterpillar, yeah. Good stuff. But yeah, musk lorikeet. Let's look them up real quick on our Tree of Life. And we'll jump around to some of these different birds. I'm not from Australia. No, I'm not, Claire Burr. I'm from California. Glossopsida. I wonder if this part of the name, Psitta, that reminds me of Psittacosaurus, which is supposed to mean parrot lizard. So I betcha this is supposed to mean parrot right here. Let's look them up. Glossopsida. I don't know if it's actually going to have info on that, but yeah, what a beautiful bird. Cool critter. Thank you for posting there, Cheeseness. Good stuff. Good stuff. And in Mayor of Spaces, I think this is a willet. Ooh, that's tricky, Mayor of Space. I'm not good at the shorebirds like this. I'm not. They're tricky. They're tricky. Willets and dunlins and wimbrels and snipes and killdeer and avocets are usually pretty easy to identify. Yeah. Mayor Space says, I think this is a willet, spotted on a little island I kayaked to. See, this is some proper Thursday Birdsday outdoor activity here. Like, nicely done, Mayor Space. Yeah. I ought to get out and kayak more often, but yeah. Just southwest of Haulover Canal in the Indian River Lagoon. Or perhaps, as Jay Joyce suggests below, it's a pectoral sandpiper. I don't know my shorebirds as well as I'd like yet. Me neither, Mayor Space. Me neither. They're tricky. Shorebirds are tricky, tricky, tricky. Yeah. There's so many different kinds of, like, small brownish shorebird. Yeah, I could search, like, brown wading birds of California. And there's so many different kinds. This is not a... I'm not selling you on this idea here. Anyway, these guys. There's rails and sandpipers and Wimbrels and Dunlins and... Yeah, I don't know. There's just a lot of different brown birds like that. But very cool, Mayorspace. Let's look up pectoral sandpiper. We're here in our tree of life. I'm guessing it's going to be a bit of a journey from our parrots and relatives to these guys, but let's see. Everything has long legs and beaks. There you go, Gojira, yeah. Okay, not too far. Pectoral sandpiper. Very nice. I'm glad they are least concerned. That's good to hear. There are some other kinds of shorebird, like the California clapper rail, which are, I think, endangered, if not critically endangered.
We came in search of dinosaurs, but we bit off more than we could chew.
Well, Cots Plays.
Raiders should have taken a smaller bite.
Thank you for the raid. Welcome, Cots Plays. How are you? And how was your stream? I hope it was really good. Welcome to Thursday Birdsday. I hope you're having a good day so far. I hope you're ready for some birds. Cots Plays was doing some just chatting. Very nice. Good stuff. California clapper rail is the bird I was looking up right here. Yeah. They are cool critters. Take a look. Rayless Longirostris obsoletus. Uh-oh. Meeker Slough in Richmond, California. I know where that is. Yeah. There we go. These almost look like a galliform bird, like they're related to chickens or something. But this is one of those brown, long-legged, long-beaked shorebirds that we have here in California. Look at what it's doing with its tail. I don't think I've ever seen one of these before in the wild. I've seen them in museums, taxidermied specimens. Shaky cam. Oh. What a cool critter. What a cool critter. Can we find a video that's got a little bit of narration, perhaps? Maybe not. Huh. Try this. Oh, here we go. Here's a produced video. No closed captions, though. Sorry. Maybe because there's no narration. Yeah. Anyway, some of the wonderful shorebirds that we have in different parts of the U.S. And, a pectoral sandpiper. That's pretty cool, Mayorspace. That's pretty cool. But, yeah, you could have fooled me saying it was a willet or a dunlin or a wimbrel or whatever. There's so many different kinds of shorebirds like that. And Araya's got the Three Stooges there. Are these bantam roosters? Man, they've got long legs. Wow. Araya, that's beautiful. Fine feathered friends there. Yeah. Birds are Dead On says, I just love how birds behave. It just makes me smile. Me too. Me too. Yeah. Green Herring says, rails tend to be very shy and sneaky. Nice. I guess that's a good excuse for me why I've never seen one in the wild. Oh, I wouldn't expect. They're just so sneaky, you know? Yeah. Tommy Ploticus says, I love how unique all three are. Yeah, yeah. That's the thing about domestic animals, is that they can afford to have, like, a really, really high diversity in phenotype because they don't have strong selection pressures. Or at least, unless you're actively selecting them, then they don't. You know, they're all getting enough food. They've all got a safe place to sleep every night. We generally protect them from predators, so you can have a lot of variation in colors and stuff like that. Yeah. Cool critters. It almost looks like a secretary bird. Yeah, those long legs. Steely Dan. Those long legs. They go all the way to the ground. And Tommy Ploticus has got some ducks for us. Some mallards. A male and a female there. Very nice. See? A Thursday Birdsday bird photo doesn't have to be something super exotic. It's just, this is an opportunity to go outside and just photograph some birds, you know? If you can find an unusual bird, then that's cool, but if you can't, any bird photo will do, you know? Good stuff. Good stuff. They're having a pleasant little paddle. For them. I hope they had a good day, Tommy Ploticus. Thanks for sharing. Rilesy says, I visited a park today and that had a mini zoo featuring an ibis, chickens, a kookaburra, and an owl. Well, well, well. What a smorgasbord we've got here. A white ibis, aka a bin chicken, right? Yeah. Chickens. And a great horned owl, maybe? Nice. And of course, laughing kookaburra. Very nice. Yeah, bin chicken, cage chicken. Yes. You've heard of chicken of the sea. Here's chicken of the cage. And chicken of the dirt. Good stuff. Thank you, Rousey, for posting those. Lovely. It's always cool when you go to a park and they've got, like, unexpected stuff there. I like that a lot. We've got in a town near me here in Oakland, they've got this big, big lake. Lake Merritt. And there are, like, birding trips. Birders will go out there. Lake Merritt birding trip. Let's see if we can find. Yeah, here, take a look at this. They're not gonna watch themselves. Birds by beads. I like that. I like that. But this is Lake Merritt in Oakland, not too far from where I live.
So when you're first looking at birds, you look at that beak. What does it look like? What's that shape? Is it long and skinny? Is it like hooked and kind of short for tearing flesh? Is it short and fat and triangular, like a sparrow's bill for cracking seeds? So when we are looking around, that's the first thing we look at. So what does the beak look like? And the second thing is, what is this overall size?
So yeah, the beak basically tells you what the lifestyle of this bird is. What is it eating? You know? What's it doing? The beak is the business end of the bird.
Okay, so we use benchmarks because they're really convenient and you don't have to know all the information. So, you know, hummingbird, sparrow, robin, or crow, or bigger. So you're saying, okay, it's got a short triangular beak, it looks about sparrow-sized, and then the behavior comes next. So is it hanging on the ground eating seeds? Is it up in a tree singing? They're like kind of like stalking hunters, so you see those like long legs, they go wade out in the water like on mud flats.
This is really cool. And they've got some fancy spotting scopes too. My goodness. Caterpillar says, looks bird-sized. Thanks. Can you Like a bunch of like concerned scientists gathered around with clipboards and they're like, "Can you describe the bird for us, please?" Like, well, it's about bird size, got feathers, it has 2 legs, at least 2 eyes, and I think it may have had at least 1 beak. How many wings? There you go, Claire Burr. Yeah, it was not riding a skateboard. Yeah, it was not listening to calypso music. That should narrow it down. Police sketch artist, yeah. 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 There you go, Copernicus cat. Yeah, and look at these. Those are cormorant nests up there, if I recall correctly. They would nest in this big dead tree on that little island. Cormorants love to nest in trees. And then poop everywhere. It's their favorite thing to do.
Zero in on it. Yeah. Look for things that you're noticing. Oh, okay.
What did he say?
And then zero in on it. Yeah. Look for things that you're noticing. Oh, okay.
Isn't there an old Yogi Berra joke like that too? It's like, you know, you can observe a lot just by watching. You know what this reminds me of, actually? Like people going out and watching birds? There's a song about this. You familiar with this, chat? Have you seen this before? The birding lifestyle? It takes some real dedication. Here, take a look.
We like watching birds, it's a pastime that brings us so much joy. We like watching birds, and we watch them all of the time. From the sparrow to the hawk, robins, green herons, and ducks. Oh yes, we like watching birds, and we like for you to watch too. We like watching birds as they watch us back from in the sky. We like watching birds and our neighbor across the street. Eagles, egrets, crows, and owls soar majestically through the breeze. Oh yes, we like watching birds and stealing chicken bones from the garbage bin at Applebee's. We like watching birds, they're so clever and also very cute. We like watching birds and they tell us what they have seen. This one saw a whole bunch of worms. This one saw a white-collar crime. Oh yes, we like watching birds, and our bird god's grateful we do. We like watching birds, we pay tribute to the skies. Our bird watches back with their glossy eyes, and we offer up the birds as we offer up the lives, the servants of the We like watching birds, we go out to the park every day. We like watching birds, which is good cause we have no choice. All the finches, geese, and swans are just messengers of our God. Oh yes, we like watching birds, birds like watching you too.
It just freeze. It's not a freeze frame. They're just staying still at the end. I'll give you a link to the video. And Great Sag says, I was just thinking about how birds watch me too when I go to the park and how weird that made me feel. Well, you know, they're very perceptive creatures. They've got very sharp eyesight. They're very observant. Yeah. Anyway. SB Harkin says, I know the crows watch me. Oh, yeah, they do. Yeah. Crows especially are very, like, attuned to what people are doing. Yeah, and they can actually recognize people's faces and stuff like that. Crow facial recognition study. Here, take a look at this. Yeah, you can literally make friends with specific birds. Absolutely, Charcone,
To me, the most surprising thing about crows so far has been their ability to recognize and remember particular people, and even just particular faces.
This is Freeway Park, and it's an area where we've had crows banded for about 8 years now. And we caught them just recently, this past year again, with wearing a particular mask. So what we expect, if we were wearing masks now, we should have birds scolding us even by this point. When we put our masks on, I think you'll see a dramatically different response to the birds than certainly we're seeing right now.
I mean, I'd be freaked out too, even not being a bird.
When we've done these experiments where we've had all different sorts of people wear the same face and see these crows respond so strongly and pass on this knowledge to others in their society, that's been really surprising to me. I always
They actually like tell each other.
I always knew they could learn from trial and error because they're tough to catch a second time. But to see them really be paying such close attention to us has been really eye-opening for me.
Yep. Yeah.
You walk outside now with a whole nother perspective.
I need to get that book. That sounds really cool, actually. Yeah. Neat stuff. Neat stuff. And bird culture, indeed, Bette Midler. Yeah. Yeah. Do it for the bird culture. Yeah. And SB Harkin says, my Uber driver and I talked about birds this morning. He feeds gulls and pigeons. The entire ride, I didn't even think it's Thursday Birdsday. Yeah, well, it is, SB Harkin. What a beautiful day, you know? Thursday Birdsday. Good stuff. Well, shoot, here, let's take a look at this, too. Do crows have funerals? That's interesting.
When a group of crows gathers, it's called a murder, but a more
It's not,
appropriate term
actually.
might actually be a funeral. Researchers at the University of Washington are investigating whether crows mourn when another crow dies, and sophisticated brain scans could help unlock the mystery. Reporter Michael Werner gives us a look.
This actually kind of reminds me of what I was talking about last week with Balint on our crossover stream on Thursday about, like, this new experiment that shows that mice have imaginations. Like, it suggests that they can actually imagine things. And, like, I was utterly unsurprised by that. Like, well, of course. What are you talking about? They're very closely related to us as mammals. They like us are within a specific clade of mammals called euarchontoglires, which includes rodents and primates. So rodents and primates are very close to each other on the mammal family tree. So of course mice have imaginations. But anyway, crows also have, like, sophisticated inner lives too. They have emotions. They have, you know, opinions. They have... There's a lot going on up there in that bird brain.
Few birds have a spookier reputation than crows. But that wasn't enough to scare Kaylee Swift away.
Come on. No, you missed it.
The University of Washington graduate student is fascinated by them. Lately, Swift has been looking into a unique behavior. When a crow dies, large groups gather around the body.
Some of the more interesting anecdotes we were receiving that piqued our interest in researching this scientifically was observations of crows sitting for prolonged periods very, very silently, sort of silent vigils around these bodies, sometimes even placing objects on top of the body as if they were burying it. And then they disperse and leave the body where it is, in much similar way to how I've experienced, you know, the funerals for my family members.
This human-like behavior has led observers to wonder whether crows might actually be holding funerals. Swift and the team are trying to figure out if this is an emotional display or if it's something else entirely.
Yeah, how do you
Maybe
go
it's a
about
way
testing
for them
that?
to gather birds around and say, look at this place where we found this dead body. This place is dangerous. We should avoid it.
Huh.
So to study this, what I do is, for the first 3 days, I just feed the birds. Then on the 4th day, we'll introduce our funeral element. In our experiments, we use stuffed taxidermied crows. So you want to look up at the birds sometimes, but also look away. Just try and act sort of as natural as you can, considering you're
So it's not going to be a crow that they know personally, not an individual crow that those other crows are acquainted with. Interesting.
holding a dead crow in the middle of somewhere. So we
And there's
send
that mask
out
again.
a masked volunteer holding our dead crow the way you might hold an hors d'oeuvre platter. A crow will come across the body of a dead crow and it will vocalize and recruit other birds to the scene. The number of birds that it recruits can vary up to 50 or 60
That's
birds.
neat, Arg. That's really cool.
What I'm looking for is, first of all, whether or not they respond, and I measure that by listening for those harsh caws, those scold calls, and I'm also looking for how many birds they recruit to the area, how much time they're spending there.
Swift returns several more times to see whether the crows react differently. If they appear wary, it may be a sign that they're associating the place or the person with danger.
Interesting.
Crows have a remarkable ability to remember human faces, especially friends and enemies. So the thinking is that they'll remember the mask and not the person under it.
So the main thing I've learned through this field work is that crows are learning a lot more people than I think we previously expected them to be learning. They're learning folks that they see who are simply close to or who are handling dead crows.
But do they feel anything when they see a dead crow? University of Washington professor John Marslev has been studying crows for nearly 3 decades, and he's found that they're anything but bird brains.
Crows, relative to birds,
Well, bird brain should be a compliment. Birds have got very large brains compared to their body mass. Yeah, larger than most mammals, you know?
have brains that are really on par with some of the small monkeys and apes, and they're more like little flying monkeys than they are birds.
In terms of the size of their brain to their body mass.
A crow's brain is only as big as a human thumb, but like the human brain, it's very complex. Does that mean that crows could experience death similar to the way we do? To find out, Marslev and his team have pioneered a new technique. They peek into the crow's brains using PET scans.
What this does is basically assesses where in the brain the most energy is being utilized as an animal's doing some task.
The researchers show the caged birds a dead crow and then quickly scan their brains.
We scan the birds by putting them under anesthesia so that they're perfectly calm in the scanner and we get a good image. But what we're scanning really is the brain activity that took place about 20 minutes ago when they were looking at that dead crow.
Oh,
wow. We get an idea of what the bird may be thinking, what the bird may be experiencing when it looks at a dead crow by seeing what part of the brain's active.
If the emotional center of the brain is active, that could mean the birds are feeling strong emotions.
We know in the human's brain, when we look and see a dead person, certainly if you're viewing a loved one, you're going to have a strong emotional response, and that's going to be centered in the amygdala.
This is the sideways view of the crow. You can see a beak and the throat and the neck. This is the eye, and here's the brain.
Robot, there you go, Steely Dan, yeah.
In human brain imaging, we can see landmarks, but in the crow brain,
and they are unconscious under anesthesia, hairy vetch, yeah.
Gray surface. It's like doing a jigsaw puzzle that's one color.
After analyzing numerous scans, Marslev's team is seeing more activity in a different part of the brain, the area associated with long-term memory. So when the birds see a dead crow, their brains are working hard to learn and remember. It could be a similar reaction to when people see a fatal car crash.
You know, if you see a stranger this dead, you might feel sorry, but you're also afraid.
And you're also wondering what happened here. Should I be here? Am I going to be the next one to be hit?
And this fits with what Kaylee Swift is seeing in the field.
At least one of the functions of the funeral is to learn about danger. But it doesn't mean there aren't other things also going on. At the same time that you're learning about danger, you might be feeling bad or afraid about it.
Like humans, crows have strong family bonds, and they may react differently to a dead family member than they do to a stuffed crow from Marsloff's lab. But Marsloff won't be killing off crow families anytime soon.
I was worried for what was coming next.
After participating in the research, these crows go back to the wild. If future studies show that these birds feel emotions, researchers would be flying high.
Pretty cool stuff. Pretty cool stuff. Here is a link to that video there. Yeah, isn't that neat, Reagan Nation? Really, really neat, if you ask me. Yeah, and they can be incredibly... We'll watch one more crow video. I've not seen this one yet from Animalogic. Let's take a look at this.
Dark wings. Dark words. Hi, I'm Danielle Dufault. You're watching Animalogic, and this month, we're doing animals from Game of Thrones. Animals play a big, if uncredited, part in the Game of Thrones universe, and none is more prevalent than those big black birds. Crows and ravens serve a symbolic function
I'm not familiar with this at all.
in TV shows. They're typically associated with death and are portrayed as all-seeing and prophetic in dream sequences. And rather than relying on owls for message delivery a la Harry Potter, Westeros citizens use ravens to send messages between their many, many castles. Crows and ravens have been used as symbols of death, mostly because they will scavenge carcasses. Hence the phrase, murder of...
Cynthia P1 says, "Hi, I found you in my suggestions." Well, welcome to Paleontologizing. It's great to have you here. Hope you're enjoying Thursday Birdsday so far.
Crows. But they've equally been cast as mythological tricksters, which really makes a lot of sense. Crows and ravens are closely related birds and belong to the corvid family, which is also home to blue jays, magpies, and nutcrackers. What all the corvids have in common is that they are smart. In fact, crows are arguably amongst the most intelligent animals on the planet, with recorded EQs that rival some apes. We don't train them to deliver messages between castles, but they have been seen using tools, playing, and using deception. All things that are really only seen in ape species, like chimpanzees, and humans, of course. Recent studies have gone as far as to say they might be as intelligent as a 7-year-old child. The study put the crows through a battery of tests designed to challenge their understanding of cause and effect. In this example, they were able to choose heavier items over floating items to raise the water of a test tube and obtain food. Their problem-solving abilities match those associated with a 5th grade student. They're smarter than a 5th grader. It's no wonder that crows are so intelligent. Relative to their body size, their brain is actually proportionally the same as that of a chimpanzee. Scientists at the University of Tübingen in Germany were among the first to research the physiology of the crow's cognitive abilities. Among the experiments they conducted was a memory test in which the crows were shown an image on a computer. They were then shown 2 images on a touchscreen, one of which was the original, and had to use their beaks to identify which image had been on the computer. Sometimes...
That's funny. Did you... Unrelated, but that little sound effect, I think, is also used in Streamlabs OBS or something like that, but listen.
And had to use their beaks to identify which image had been on the computer. Sometimes the bird was challenged to identify the image that differed from the original, and even when the request was switched, the crow was able to correctly discern between the two. For further proof of corvid's legendary intelligence, one need look no further than YouTube. A video of a crow tobogganing down a snowy roof went viral, but this behavior is quite commonly observed and definitely not a once-in-a-lifetime thing.
Yeah, they're playing.
Crow, who literally fashions a hook out of a piece of metal wire to use as a probe for collecting food. Animals that use objects to play, like this crow, are typically considered to be more cognitively complex than other species. And their ability to use tools is only matched by a few primate species. Scientists have been exploring corvid intelligence and have only just scratched the surface of what they can do. But it is clear that crows and ravens could and might take over the world once us primates are gone. Crows are well positioned for that because they're already found all over the world. Unlike
True.
most species,
They're cosmopolitan.
as our cities have expanded, crow numbers have actually increased.
Yeah,
live
they do
very
really well
with
around humans.
because they're opportunistic. They can eat anything and can quickly learn where they can find a free meal. In fact, zookeepers often report that crows figure out their feeding schedules and time their visits to particular exhibits. So they're at the ready to swoop in and fly off with tasty snacks otherwise meant for bears or penguins. But in all the places in all the world that crows can be found, they seem to have a special affinity for Auburn, New York, where every winter the downtown is invaded with hundreds of thousands of crows.
Interesting.
One theory of why they do this is that they roost in order to scare off potential predators. Certainly if I was a great horned owl and went crow hunting but stumbled upon a murder of 100,000 crows, I'd probably forego my original plan of attack and find something else to snack on. Even if you've somehow never seen a crow.
Was it barred owl? Oh. Nice, green herring, nice.
Pretty hard to mistake for anything else, especially if there's a large group of them talking. What I find interesting is that scientists really don't know what those distinctive vocalizations mean. They seem to call back and forth and almost be conversing. My personal opinion is that they're already plotting the downfall of humans, and they're setting up an underground crow internet as we speak. All hail our corvid overlords. What animal should I check out next? Let me know in the comments.
Yeah. Here is a link to this video here. Do our due diligence there. Yeah. And Logan Gibbs. Welcome back to Paleontologizing, I guess. It's good to have you here. Happy Thursday Birdsday to you. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. Excellent. Oh, yeah, Logan? Asked Claire Burr? Depends. Oh, okay. Are you the same Logan who was here, like, during my first year of streaming? It's been a while? It's good to have you back. How are you? Howdy, howdy. I'm actually getting ready to move right now, which is why a lot of this stuff is gone. But, yeah, packing up some of the 3D prints and books and stuff for moving to a new place. Anyway, let's continue with Thursday Birdsday here. Green herring. Oh my goodness, this is going to be lovely. What is this, green herring? Always a treat when green herring posts something on Thursday Birdsday. One of my favorites has returned for the winter, rusty blackbirds. People trash talk about common names, but in my opinion, rusties are one of the best named birds around. Oh, and thank you, Valiant Cheese, for that raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing, Valiant Cheese. How are things? How was your stream? I hope it was real good. Welcome back. Not only does their beautiful coloring literally make them look like rusty blackbirds, they also have an odd, creaky call that sounds like a rusty hinge. Sadly, rusty blackbirds are considered a vulnerable species. Their population has declined by an estimated 85 to 98% over the last 40 years, for reasons that are unclear. Could it be competition from other blackbirds, like Brewer's blackbirds or something, that do really well in, alongside humans? I usually see them in small groups, less than 10 birds, but once in a while I've come across larger flocks, and the cacophony of dozens of rusties calling at once is really something to hear. I can only imagine what it must have been like 40 years ago, when they were so much more numerous. Lovely photos here. It looks like we have a male and a female. Do I have that right? They are kind of rusty. They've got that... There's almost a reddish, a very, very subtle reddish tinge to them. Very, very subtle. But it comes across in your photos, Green Herring. Beautiful stuff. Thank you for posting. As always, it's excellent. Excellent, Green Herring. Thank you, thank you. Real Men Grow Beard says, resolution isn't great because I have to zoom in a lot. Oh, I can relate. My photo today is also going to be A little fuzzy. But there's a British Canada goose with some grey lag geese swimming by. Very nice. So a Canada goose in Great Britain and some grey lag geese swimming. Very nice. Very nice. Geese are big, big respect to geese. They've got to survive in a rough neighborhood, namely the ground. And so a lot of them have got a, pretty serious attitude because they kind of have to, Very nice, Real Men Grow Beards. Classic Thursday Birdsday photo, Take the photo with whatever you've got to hand of whatever bird might be around. Really nice. And Charcon's got a dark-eyed junco for us. Nice. We have these where I live, too. These little birds like to gather up in flocks during the colder seasons, and you can see them on the ground next to the road as you enter a park. It's not demonstrated well in this video, but you can see a flash of white on their tail as they flit about. Ooh. Yeah, dark-eyed juncos. They're so much fun. They're like, they always felt a little bit more secretive to me than like house sparrows or something. But they've got a similar kind of demeanor almost, like a sparrow. I wonder if they're closely related to sparrows, juncos. I bet you they are. Oh, juncos are sparrows, Green Herring. Well, well, well. That makes a lot of sense. Very nice there. Very nice, Charcone. Thank you. Yeah, let's look up dark-eyed junco here. On our... Well, I guess it doesn't like the hyphen. Although it has a hyphen... it doesn't like when I do the hyphen, but they'll put the hyphen in. Yeah. See? Hyphen. But I type a hyphen, and it's like, what is this? Junco is the genus name. That's cool. But they are... Yeah, there you go. They are nested within sparrows. Interesting. Juncos are sparrows. Very cool. Very cool. Steely Dan says, I wore super baggy Juncos in high school. They must have been very baggy indeed, and for you to be able to fit into them. These guys look pretty slim. And where are chickadees? Chickadees are probably near sparrows. Let's look up chickadees. Chickadee-dee-dees. Okay, they are far away. Never mind. Holy cow. Yeah. Chickadees. So they are related to... Okay. Automata's not going to be happy about this. But they're related to tits. And titmice. Titmouses? Yeah. That's what they're called. Anyway, very nice. Charcone, thanks for posting. Good stuff. Yeah. I was scared to see what chickadees are related to. Thank you, Green Herring. Yeah, yeah. Grow up, Automod, says Harry. Yeah. And Alexander Morrison has got a video for us here. Nice. Some avians within a small channel. Species within this video, ooh, we've got multiple, include a wood stork, roseate spoonbill. Already seen this bird before, come on, man. White ibis and hooded merganser. Brought in Brian Eng's music to remedy the issue of wind and chopping the sound all to bits, plus a bunch of chatter from off-screen onlookers making noise as well. Well, let's take a look here and turn our sound... Oh, hang on. I've got to unmute the tab. There we go. Let's start it over. Oh, very nice. Brian Eng's music is spectacular for looking at theropods, isn't it? Or any kind of dinosaur. But maybe especially theropods. I see the roseate spoonbill and the ibis there. Nice. It's just a smorgasbord you've got here. There's the merganser. Very nice. That's might be a close relative of my Thursday Birdsday bird, which I'll show you at the end. Very nice. I appreciate the editing effort that you put into this. That's impressive, Alexander Morrison. It really is. Nicely done. Nicely done. Yeah. Good stuff. And happy Thanksgiving, everyone. This is Mr. Maxie, and we've got a beautiful dodo there. This big old columbiform bird, big old dove pigeon. Nova Silent said, this pied Currawong came over to supervise my yard work the other day. Nice. Well, I hope you received high marks for your yard work. Look at the big old bill on this critter. Are these related to magpies? Are they corvids? Pied Currawong. Let's find them. Strapera, what a great genus name. There we go. And look at that intense look. Just staring into your soul. They are butcher birds. Okay. Butcher birds related to wood swallows and peltops? I don't even know what that is. All these Australasian birds. They're related to shrike flycatchers. I don't even know what a shrike flycatcher is. There's the Australian magpie, which I'm guessing is probably not actually a corvid. It's probably not related to other magpies, huh? Huh. Very cool. Very cool. Nice, Nova Silence. Very nice. Look at that eye. When you can look in a bird's eye and you know that it's looking back at you and thinking about you, that's a special feeling right there, you know? Like, that's really something. To be able to look at an animal and then it looks right back at you with intelligent eyes. Like, you can just kind of feel some degree of, like, understanding behind those eyes. It's regarding you. That's pretty cool. Yeah. And there you go, Valiant Cheese. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah. So we have a lot of common names for different critters. Yeah. Thanks, Nova Silence. That's good stuff. And Dr. Terra has got a Cooper's Hawk, perhaps? Well, well, well. Oh, right there. Nice. That call didn't sound like a Cooper's Hawk. Let's hear it again. That sounds more like a Swainson's Hawk. I don't know. Wait for it. It's going to be like that drone footage where the bird just comes straight at the camera and then the screen goes black. Oh! Oh! Nice. Oh! Some defecation there. Bombs away. Yeah. Is that a Cooper's Hawk? I don't know. I'm not... Could it be a Sparrowhawk? I don't feel like Sparrowhawks have as long a tail as those guys, as that one did. That's really cool, Dr. Terra. That's really cool. Yeah. Here, let's go back. There we go. Sharp-shinned hawk, maybe? I don't know. Yeah. Any raptor experts in the chat? Huh. I'm not sure who that is. Very cool, though. Looks pretty Coopers to me. Okay, Green Herring. I trust that. Nice. Very nice. My small birds of prey, my small Acipterids, I don't know them well enough. Need to get better at that. Steely Dan says, I've always called these starlings, but that's probably wrong. Love the way they become iridescent in the sunlight. This is probably a brewer's blackbird. Yeah. What do you think, chat? Brewer's blackbird? That's my guess. Starlings do have a yellow beak, yep, and they got the star pattern too. Could it be a grackle? I don't know. It's a grackle, Lenina? Okay, okay. Nice. Grackles. I wonder if grackles and blackbirds are closely related to one another. Let's look them up. Grackle. There we go. Great-tailed grackle, says Sculpin. Well, well, well. Great-tailed grackle. Tail can't be that great. We don't even have a photo of it. Maybe the tail is too great for a photo. Boat-tailed grackle. We want to see the boat tail. Is it a sailboat? Is it an aircraft carrier? Is it a Trident nuclear submarine? We'll never know. Greater Antillean grackle. Nicaraguan grackle. Yeah.
I think it's great.
Hi, Kane. I think you're great. Thank you for the, holy cow, 28 months of support. That's 28 dings right there, or something like that. Appreciate you, Iacane. I hope you're doing well. It's good to see ya. Yeah, how are things? Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Yeah. 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 And oh, hi to you too, Iacane. Thanks for being here. Thank you, by the way, for the 28 months of support. Thanks for keeping me online for that long. It really does mean a lot. Yeah. Great-tailed grackle seems to be the consensus in chat. Very nice. Very nice. Thank you, Steely Dan. Excellent. Oh, common grackle. More like pooper's hawks. J. Joyce. Great-tailed grackle. Oh, interesting. Very cool. Yeah. I love it when community members converse, try and solve the mystery of what the bird was. Here in the comments, I love that. I love this discourse. Dinosaur Dave says, won't be able to start stream as I'm moving. Oh. Dino Wolf, hey, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Dino Wolf. How was your stream, Dino Wolf? I hope it was real good. Thanks for being here. Good stuff. How was Prehistoric Kingdom? Good, I hope. Nice. Here's the rare and elusive Australian Quisquilarum pulum. Or for those who don't translate this to Latin with Google, the bin chicken. There you go. And holy cow, Sculpin! Thank you for those 5 gift subs there. Extraordinary. I do appreciate that, Sculpin. I really do. Thank you.
Sculpin01 just changed things with those 5 gift subs.
Excellent, Sculpin. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, splendid. 5 people in chat won't have to worry about any ads for the next 30 days now, thanks to you, Sculpin.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
And Bulent, thank you, Science Streams, for those 100 bits. Chew, Gesundheit, Science Streams. Get some of the raid to stick around. I appreciate that, Sculpin. Yeah. Good stuff. We've got a hype train going here. Let's see if we can get to a level 2 there. Yeah. Seen in the wild here, moving away from its natural habitat of the garbage bin in an attempt to get some of my breakfast. There you go, Dinosaur Dave. Did it succeed? Nice. It did not get any. Okay, but did give me the stink eye as it walked away. And here are some other well-known Australian chickens. Naughty words. Oh, thank you for censoring those. Beach chicken, park chicken, bin chicken, giggle chicken, speed chicken, swoopy chicken, carnival chicken, idiot chicken. They'll mess you up chicken. Nice.
If they're removed, America loses them forever.
And Cynthia, thank you. Holy cow. That is a recurring sub right there, and I really appreciate it. Welcome to the community. Enjoy the emotes. Enjoy not having to watch any ads for as long as you stay subscribed. And enjoy the knowledge that you are helping support science outreach and paleontological education here on twitch.tv. Thank you, Cynthia. I appreciate that, Cynthia. I really do. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. This is great. Thank you, Dinosaur Dave, Chickens of Australia. Oh, man.
Big Daddy,
You know what this reminds me of? Chickens. Wanted, have you seen this chicken? Yeah. The nefarious penguin who has with a rubber glove on his head. Yeah. Yeah. Except we would usually say chook rather than chicken. Is that right, Valiant Cheese? Interesting. That does sound very, very Australian. Why? You seen this chook? Police notice? Wanted? Good stuff. And I don't know if
If you've been cheated, try blaming the
maybe
dinosaurs.
let me add a reaction. Oh, no thanks. No thanks. And thank you, Business Father, for those 100 bits. I appreciate that, Business Father. Thank you, thank you. Get us a little bit closer to that level 2, maybe. Expensive chicken, too, yeah. HD and HB, Valiant Cheese, yeah. And a turkey vulture scoping on Bird Day. Very nice. Truckhorn, very nice. It's funny because one of the right wing is in shadow, so you can't see the light primary and secondary feathers. Really cool, Truckhorn. Really cool. Very nice. And Balint, holy cow! One of my favorite birds in the backyard last week. Oh, and thank you, Neil, for those 200 bits. I appreciate that, Neil. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. But yeah, we've got a northern cardinal. Balint, very nice. That's a beautiful photo. Not too shabby. A male northern cardinal. Very nice. Oh yeah, and look at that V shape. That's true, Tommy Ploticus. Turkey vultures, you can spot them, you can identify them from a long way off, even if they're super, super small, because they've got that V shape.
Much 500 bits goes a long way towards supporting science outreach here on Twitch.
Iacane. I really appreciate that, Iacane. Thank you for the 500 bits. That is excellent, and I appreciate it, Iacane. Thank you. Good stuff. Good stuff. Thank you for the support. Thank you. Very nice from Balint, too. Neilf. The ruddy turnstone reminds me of pigeons in the park. What in the world is this? I'm not familiar with this bird. It looks like a duck, but it's not walking like a duck. I don't hear it quacking like a duck, but it's a still image, so I wouldn't expect to. It's a shorebird, says Green Herring. Let's look them up. Ruddy turnstone. Well, well, well. Are they like a plover? Tell us, Cornell Lab of Ornithology. Tell us now. Yeah, it looks like a plover. Very cool. Looks like it has a beef, says Harry. I think it's a crab claw, actually. Strong plover vibes, says Valiant Cheese. It's a very plover-coated bird, you know? Let's see if they're related to plovers or killdeer or something like that. Yeah, let's take a look. Jump out to them. That bird has crabs, says I can. Yeah, it's enjoying eating them. Ruddy turnstone, okay. And that's funny how these are like, these two leaves are kissing. That was not done intentionally, I assume. That doesn't mean anything, but it's funny. They're related to sandpipers and stints and knots. There's so many different shorebirds with weird names. Stints and knots and turnstones and whimbrels and dunlins and rails and coots and... Yeah. There's so many different shorebirds to learn. There's so many. Yeah. These birds are all tools. A stint, a knot, a sandpiper, a turnstone, a circular saw, a reciprocating saw, a hammer. Must be sailor names. They probably are HD. That would make a lot of sense, actually. Yeah. Yeah. Interesting stuff. Very nice there, Neilf. It's funny, the photo you took makes it look like a duck. But it's very much not. That's really interesting. Yeah. And feral pigeon / rock dove. Yeah, let's ignore the big pink birds there, and then we've got feral pigeons. Birds of the dawn, this is great. I guess your purpose here was to show us the wild birds, where the wild birds are in the captive bird enclosure. But that's really cool. Yeah, we've got maybe Chilean flamingos here. And we've got probably domestic ducks there. Some gulls here. This is, again, a smorgasbord of birds. Yeah. Minga. I don't know why that's so funny, Lenia, but it's calling me. That sounds like if these birds were native to Australia. Yeah. Boy, out there on the dick, we got the mingars. Those mingars are eating me shrimp. Oh, yeah, the mingos ate your baby. That must have been where it came from, Claire. Yeah, that makes sense. Why? Those mingars. Beautiful mingars. And guinea fowl, great statue, very nice. Oh, they are so cool. I don't see any helmets, though. I wonder if these are a different species, or... Nope, they're just more subtle. These do look like helmeted guinea fowl. Yeah, you can see the little helmet there. These are, they're actually... They should be very important birds for understanding dinosaur ontogeny, because they don't actually develop the helmet, that crest on their head. They don't develop that until late in ontogeny, or maybe this is just a different species. Yeah. It doesn't develop until later in ontogeny, like we think is probably the case with a lot of dinosaurs. Keratin crows. Cool stuff, Great Sag. Cool stuff. Very nice. Very nice. Germignophyte has got some kind of stork there. Who is this, Germignophyte? Some carrion stork looking guys in Florida. Ah. Nice. Carrion stork. Well, we did see some marabou stork eating some carrion, some wildebeest carcasses, I believe, earlier in the stream. It's interesting that you've got those in Florida, too. Huh. Very interesting. Magnified. Go Valiant Cheese, yeah. Must be South Florida, says Sculpin. Very cool. Why? Because there's water everywhere? Yeah. And Hugin says, birds are my favorite reptiles. Oh, Hugin, that's a really cool shirt. I like that. I like that a lot. Oviraptorosaurs. Tatopenna, Microraptor, and Antiornithines. Very cool. That's really neat, Hugin. That is really cool. I like that. Yeah. That is pretty neat. I like it. You know what? Let's give it a salute, too. Do I not have Paleo Salute in here? Oh, boy. Oh, I do. Yeah, nice. And an Australian magpie having a real good scratch. A couple more photos here. Oh, nice, Cheeseness. Nice. That looks like a satisfying scratch there. Great Sag says, birds are reptiles? You bet they are, Great Sag. Yeah, shoot, let me show you. Let's zoom out from these birds here to birds in general. Oh, there we go. Went too far. Birds belong to a clade called Archosauria. Birds and crocodiles today are each other's closest living relatives. So a crocodile is way closer to, say, a penguin than it is to, say, a lizard. Crocodiles and birds, they used to have a bunch of species in between. We called those non-avian dinosaurs. Now they're extinct. So birds and crocodiles today are each other's closest living relatives. They're, you know, the closest blood relations they've got, you know, in the world. You know, that's all they got left. It's all the family they have remaining. Birds and crocodiles. Yeah. Crocodilians, I should say. I need to get out of the habit of just saying crocodile, meaning like any crocodilomorph. But it is a bad habit that a lot of us paleontologists have. Saying crocodile when we really mean any member of Crocodilomorpha. But yeah. But yeah. And hey, someone called Ragnarocker, welcome back. Good to have you here. Yeah. So those birds that pick crocodiles' teeth, just helping a brother out. There you go. Area. Yeah. The, what are they called? Crocodile somethings? They're not oxpeckers. Are they called crocodile birds? Egyptian plover. There we go. Nice. Yeah. Crocodile crackles? No. Yeah. And Ragnarocker, I've seen it. I haven't talked about it on stream yet. Maybe we'll do that tomorrow. The Cretaceous Predators DLC, but I really like the Utah Raptor and the Concha Venator. Those are both really nice. Yeah. But yeah, Egyptian plovers. Let's find some footage of them doing their thing. Yeah. Take a look at this.
This tiny little bird is called
Sorry,
the
that's so loud.
Egyptian plover bird, and it's one of the most courageous birds alive, as it
No,
will
it's
willingly fly into a crocodile's mouth. But for what
That also, I think that footage is fake. This doesn't look real right here. Not this, but
courageous birds alive, as it will willingly...
This looks really fake to me. I don't think this is, which is weird, because, like, why would you fake footage like that?
fly into a crocodile's mouth. But for what reason, and what's stopping the crocodile from eating it, you might ask? Well, that's exactly what we're going to be talking about in today's video. As usual, before we get started, we must first get a little familiar with the animal.
Are they just going to keep showing the fake footage? It was for a study, really? Huh. Anyway, that's annoying.
Jorake มีวิธีทำความสะอาดฟันอย่างชาญฉลาด มันยอมให้นกคอคาไดเบิร์ดเข้าไปจิกเศษอาหารตามซอกฟันโดยไม่ทำอันตราย และนี่คือน้องแจ็คผู้มีเศษอาหารเต็มฟัน มาดูสิว่านกครอกไดเบิร์ด
Okay, it was for an ad. Okay. Just took one of his teeth. Yeah. See, I thought that looked fake. And it turns out it was from a commercial. Oh boy. Anyway, cool. I don't know how we got on that, but Australian magpie, very nice. Australian magpie, not a true magpie, not an actual, I almost said a ratite. Not an actual corvid. But yeah, very cool, Cheesiness. That's a great photo. It's a great photo. I love the red eye. Scratching him or herself. Nice. And Nova Silence is my sister's contribution to Birds Day. A common kingfisher visited her backyard the other day. Ooh, a common kingfisher. That is super beautiful. Wow. It looks more vibrant blue than our belted kingfishers that we have here in California. Nice. Yeah. And our teammate instead. Interesting Valley Cheese. Nice. Nice. Very cool. It's rare to see a... You must be near some water here. I've never seen a kingfisher in anybody's backyard before. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool, Nova Silence. And Iacane says, here's my contribution, the Kereru. They're in the running as one of my favorite birds. Well, well, well.
Welcome
Let's
back
take a
to
look.
another installment of New Zealand's Bird of the Week, where in this video, I will be talking about the Kereru and or New Zealand's pigeon, which are large and often very loud flyers, with a particular fondness for berries. I hope you enjoy. Kereru, otherwise known by the more boring name of New Zealand's pigeon, or by their other Maori names, kuku and kukupa, have their name originating from the quiet cooing noises they make.
Nice.
They are large birds, measuring up to 51 centimeters in length and weighing about 650 grams. Birds are brightly coloured, with them mostly being an iridescent green and bronze overall with a distinct white vest. They are very easily noticed due to the loud flapping of their wings, which is very apparent to one hears, and are often seen to
They
be
are
very
gorgeous. Look at that green.
due to their weight, with their contrasting smooth and rapid landings also being humorous to see, though loud crashes are usually more common.
Oh. They're so noisy.
There used to be two subspecies of these birds. The living one discussed in this video, Hemiphaga nova zelandiae, and the Norfolk pigeon, H. speditia, which became extinct around the start of the 20th century. A third subspecies, those on the Chassams, known as the Chassam pigeon, were proposed as a distinct species all to their own in 2000.
Interesting. Well, very cool. Let me give you this link so you can watch the rest of it if you'd like. But we really got to get through these. I love pigeons too, Claire Bird. They are underappreciated birds. Thank you, Iacane, for showing us that. Very nice. And Dino Wolf has got our last Thursday Birdsday photo. An old picture of an emu I took in Winton, Australia. Very nice. There's a dinosaur, several dinosaurs actually from, well, it's spelled different, but from Winton. Winton a Titan is from Winton. Very cool. It's emus are such cool birds. They really are. Yeah. Wait, watch until just after the 2:30 part. At 2:20, it's my favorite part of that video. You got it, Iacane. You got it. Let's take a look.
One on the basis of their differing plumage. 20% larger average
let me scoot forward just a little bit.
The exotic species being known critical for New Zealand's native forests, given that they're the only birds remaining in the country with a wide enough gape to swallow fruit larger than 12 millimeters in diameter, and
wow,
to disperse the seeds whole again across a large area.
Huh.
Trees like Karaka, Miro, and Tawa would otherwise be heavily threatened without their presence, given the extinction of the moa species, and other birds like Puopio, and without Kereroo around, may just go extinct themselves.
Wow.
Although often quiet
very important.
And reclusive, Kereroo can often gorge so heavily on ripened fruits that they can become drunk, sometimes being seen hanging and falling from trees after eating rotten fruit that has dropped to the ground, often being taken to wildlife centres to essentially sober up and recover. They are known to
get that bird some coffee.
Flight displays during their breeding season,
some Gatorade,
the tops of trees, and making spectacular swoops, where they ascend steeply and stall once they peak in altitude, then performing a very steep.
Oh, that's nuts.
While usually not being all that territorial, birds will vigorously defend their given tree against another pigeon trying to land in it, with birds chasing each other around and whacking their opponent with their wings until one gives up and leaves.
That's very cool.
Once together.
That's very cool. Iacane, thank you for letting us know to watch until that part. That was pretty funny. Oh man, what a cool bird. And a Dino Wolf with emu. Beautiful. Gotta love emus. They're one of my favorite extant birds. Yeah. They save tons of plants and get drunk in the process. Big paleo salute to them, Iacane. Sounds like a good life. Yeah. And Ragnarocker, what would happen to Egypt's ecosystem if the Spinosaurus was to suddenly reappear? Or something? I don't know where it would go. They're animals that need a lot of water. Egypt today is fairly, I don't know, it's a pretty dry place. Yeah. And Egyptian plovers don't live in Egypt, and the crocodile thing might be a myth. Green herring, interesting. Interesting. Nice. Yeah. Well, let me pull up my Thursday Birdsday bird, which has not loaded yet. Come on. Google Photos. Alright, it's uploading them currently. There we go. So, my Thursday Birdsday birds are way zoomed in. This is as much zoom as I could get off my camera. But these, I think, are maybe buffleheads? What do you think, chat? Are they buffleheads? Some ducks we're starting to get here in the Bay Area are weird winter ducks, which is exciting. Yeah. Bufflehead. Oh, okay. It could be a bufflehead, or or a goldeneye. I think it's probably a bufflehead, because it looks like they've got a much wider cheek there. Yeah, although let's see. Let's use this as reference. I think it's a bufflehead too, but well, let's see. don't know. I had so much fun making that. But I think it probably is a buffalo head. I think those are two buffalo heads right there. Anyway, with that having been done, I hope you all had a lovely Thursday Birdsday. And it is now time for us to wrap up this stream, but don't go away. I'm not done streaming. I'm going to be raiding into Balint of Science Streams. And we will be having a scientist crossover stream. So the paleontology does not end here. I'm going to be guest starring on Balint's stream. If we can get our credits to take off here. Come on. Yeah. Oh, come on. Dashboard credits. Come on. It's making me re-log in again. Authorize. Come on, credits. You could do it. There we go. We're going to go right into Science Streams. And Balint and I are going to be having a discussion about some new scientific papers. Kind of coming from our own different backgrounds. I in paleontology, Balint in molecular and systems biology. It's going to be a ton of fun. We did this a couple weeks ago. I'm excited for this to become a regular thing, so... Oh man, join us for that. It is going to be super cool. And cursed ad timing, I'm sorry about that, PX Jerome. It happens sometimes. Anyway, thank you to everybody whose names are showing up here in our credits. Cheerers, and raiders, and followers, and subscribers, and moderators, and lurkers, too. Lurkers might not show up in the chat as much, in the credits as much, or in the chat, but I appreciate you also. Thank you for helping me do what I do here. Couldn't do this without you. Now, without further ado, we're gonna go right into Science Streams. I'll see you, everybody. Let's continue the science.